Sunday morning, week 3 is here. You made it, right? You got through that Thursday night slop, and now we're here. Maybe you got burned in the rear on Thursday night. We apologize. Shit happens. But
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all of them.
Was it that bad for you, Adam?
Oh, yeah, it's been a rough, I don't know, month, 2 months, mostly.
See, and I look at this everything is relative, right? Like I got kicked in the teeth from a betting standpoint on Thursday with that final stupid shit at the end of the game. And then you're telling me like, oh, you're on a bad stretch. So I imagine that it gets worse, right? For you 4, 5, 6 days in a row. But look, one big breakout for you today. And all of a sudden everybody forgets about those 5, 6, 7 days, right?
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it last night. Like back when I was in college and played online poker a lot, like I remember waking up, especially on Sundays, but any day I was going to play, and being like excited because like you could make what at the time for me would have been, substantial money. And I was thinking last night, like Saturday night, Sunday morning is the closest I get to that feeling with DFS, just because there's like so much potential money in NFL. Not to say that like 100K isn't a lot of money, but when it's just every day during basketball or every day during baseball, it's like, okay, cool, I've won it. I know that I'm going to lose it at times. It comes and goes. But like with football, you realistically can just be a millionaire by the end of the day. So I was thinking yesterday, that's like the closest I get to that like excited to play poker feeling I used to get.
Yeah, look at that. See, still get the nerves, right? Like in the stomach, not nervous, right? It's just the nerves. Like you get excited, you get ready to go here. So no matter how jaded anybody ever says Adam is, just know he still has that feeling. I love that, man. And you know what? It's true though, because I think that this is the beauty of today and why everybody is here this morning. And if you are, thumbs up, subscribe, you know the drill. We've got like 5, 6 amazing channels for you to be a part of here, tell you about what's happening at NHA coming up in a minute. But yeah, man, that there's nothing like this. There really is nothing like this. And I love that there's an opportunity because somebody here today, and it might be Adam, you don't know, right? Could be Adam, probably has weighted towards Adam, but somebody here in the chat watching is going to walk away winning some money, and it's going to be a good feeling. So that's why we appreciate you rolling with us, man. All right. Anything that you want to look at big picture today, besides that this is the day where you turn things around personally before we look at some running backs?
Oh yeah, no, I mean that's pretty much it. But yeah, I'm always excited for the show because I try really hard not to look at NFL DFS during the week because I end up just forming opinions that are going to change Sunday morning, and then it leads to either me making mistakes or just being pissed off because somebody I liked on Thursday and didn't play Sunday did well. So I look forward to this show because like everybody's tweeting about everything having to do with football all week long, and I'm just sitting there like I don't know what you guys are talking about. So I'm excited to get into it and get caught up.
Boy, I tell you, I have a sense of envy that you can just shut the NFL world off for a couple of days during the season, mind you. And I mean, it's like and you're living dangerously too, because it's like being on social at the pinnacle point of whatever your favorite show is, and people are live tweeting, they just killed this guy, I can't believe it. And you're just like, nope, I'm fine, I'm good. Like I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's I've very strongly tried to avoid like doing content during the week because I'm just like, it's not part of my process. It's going to mess me up. I don't want to do it. So yeah, I look forward to this show just because, it's far enough before lock that obviously like I have time to make my lineups and everything after, but gives me a good first look.
I love it. All right, my friend, let's jump in. And again, the chat is open. We're here, all of us collectively, 4 hours, bringing you up to kick, Adam and I, for the first look. And let's dive into some running backs, and we'll touch on some guys who are banged up. Swift, Kamara, Fournette, all riding with Q tags here. But right there at the top, we've got some pretty big names. So when you are looking at this slate today, knowing that you've got Taylor, McCaffrey up there, even a Henry matchup against the Raiders, where do you begin when you're building your top, really like top heavy running back?
Yeah, I mean, at the top, I think Dalvin Cook from a salary standpoint. Looking at the boom bust tool, we have him 4th highest in optimal percentage. So that's including the fact that he's 7,900. Obviously, he's been relatively disappointing so far, but I just think it's still really important to keep in mind, you're talking about 2 weeks of a season. When you talk about Dalvin Cook specifically, you can say what you want about, new offense in Minnesota. They're likely to throw the ball more. That's all well and good. He is involved as a pass catcher as well, but we know he's talented. We know that he's likely to get goal line work. And his salaries come down a bit. So 7,900 for Cook. As far as pay up guys, I think he looks the best to me. We have him with about a 14% chance of being optimal. After that, you have Joe Mixon at around 10%. You have Derrick Henry around 9% at 8,100. So those guys look good. And then, you have McCaffrey at 8,800, who, same thing I just said about Dalvin Cook applies. It's Christian McCaffrey. You assume that over the course of a season, he's going to start being more involved as a pass catcher. Hasn't been the case through 2 weeks. Certainly makes me nervous because he just hasn't had his normal role. But at the same time, we know that is his game. The upside is certainly there for him. So still interested in McCaffrey, but it is kind of tough, I think, to pay a lot more for him than for those other guys.
Yeah. What about Eckler with what's happening with Herbert? I know he's going to be a game time, looks like, for that 4 Eastern start, but whatever's going on with Herbert, even if he plays, he's definitely banged up. So does that do anything to bump up Eckler, even if it's a Chase Daniels special here? knowing that he's probably going to be targeted, maybe even if it's 1.5 to 2 targets more than normal, just to get the ball out fast?
To me, I think it's kind of neutral
Okay.
because there's things moving in both directions. Like you said, it's possible or it's likely even that if Herbert is out, you just have less of a downfield passing game because your quarterback's not as good. Eckler becomes even more important as a safety valve and all of that. But the trade-off is that the offense is likely to be much less explosive, much less productive. And, ultimately scoring points and moving the ball is good for everybody involved in the offense. So I think it kind of, in the case of Eckler, is probably a pretty neutral trade-off. I think it's clearly a negative for Mike Williams, and if he's playing Keenan Allen, the rest of the receiving core, if Herbert is out. For Eckler, I think it's more neutral just because, like you said, they could be more run heavy. They could rely on, short passes to him more, but I just don't expect the offense to be as good if Herbert's out.
You mentioned Cook from a salary standpoint. So I just want to touch on 2 guys before we hit some guys who are banged up and seeing where you're looking at that. And you can kind of collectively look at them because the matchup may dictate for you, right? Clearly, Aaron Jones has a more difficult matchup against Tampa Bay than Joe Mixon does against the Jets. But I don't want to downplay that it's not an easy just walk to 150 yards against the Jets defense either. It looked like, though, just from where you were talking about with Cook in that mid to high 7K range, he would be the number one option also because of that matchup. But is there any interest? Are you getting to guys, or how much when you look at the Mixon and Jones opportunities?
Yeah, so I mean, the ownership certainly plays a role there as well. But the thing is, right now, we have Joe Mixon projected for actually a little bit more ownership than Dalvin Cook, and we have Cook with a higher chance of being optimal. So that's going to push me towards Cook the way things look right now. Certainly something to pay attention to. We have Cook projected for 20 DraftKings points. We have Mixon at 17.5. Obviously, Mixon's been on the field a lot. He's been very heavily involved. That's all good. But, if we're going to have Cook projected higher and also projected for lower ownership, it's just going to be difficult for me to get away from him because the ownership's about the same, and he appears to have a better chance of success. With Aaron Jones at 7,400, you do get 4% ownership. We only have him with about a 1.5% chance of being optimal. We have him at 14.2 DraftKings points, which is 3 points behind Mixon, like 5.5 behind Cook. He makes some sense in tournaments if you need a low-owned guy, just because, he's very, very low owned. He still has that high ceiling. You only have to go back to their last game to see it, but he doesn't have the same sort of floor or median as Cook and Mixon because he's dealing with AJ Dillon, whereas Cook and Mixon are not dealing with really much of anything else in their backfield.
All right, let's look at a couple of guys you mentioned as far as popping up optimal. What we have here, and by the way, if you're taking advantage of our Slate Central that has everything there in front of you on the premium data, well, we also have for you the afternoon on DK is free today. So the afternoon slate. But just looking at David Montgomery, Leonard Fournette, I know he's dealing with the Q tag there, Josh Jacobs. These guys are certainly popping when it comes to optimal. Montgomery and Fournette, though, you're dealing with some pretty significant ownership. So you probably have to either come under the field or find another way to mitigate that with kind of both Montgomery and Fournette, Adam.
Yeah, both guys leading the way in ownership, both at the running back position and in that mid-range. Fournette projected for about 21%, Montgomery projected for about 22%. They both project well. They're both relatively inexpensive. Montgomery only $5,900. We have him with about a 20% chance of being optimal, so that ownership's not really too crazy there. And the same goes for Fournette at 6,500. The downsides for him are that O-line isn't very good. The offense is banged up. You don't have Godwin. You may or may not have Julio Jones, but he's still extremely heavily involved. And I don't remember who it was a week or two ago tweeted something along the lines of, in general, and obviously there's exceptions, but in general, talent equals opportunity at wide receiver and opportunity equals opportunity at running back. I don't remember exactly how they worded it, but that's pretty much what it is. Like, right. You can point to all the negatives for Fournette, and sure, if you had Godwin, if you have Julio, if you had a better offensive line, he'd be more productive every time he touches the ball on average. But he's still getting, last week he got like 24 carries and 4 targets. He was wildly disappointing, but that's a ton of opportunity for somebody at $6,500.
All right, so where do you start looking at some lower cost, higher value guys that, we can start to take advantage of? And maybe it is looking at James Conner, who's popping on a little bit here, low owned, decent optimal score, 6,200. So you can start saving there. AJ Dillon is another guy that has some pretty good pop.
Yeah, I was going to mention both of them. James Conner.
I should have just asked you and not led with names. I'm sorry, man.
But no, that's where I was going to start as well. James Conner in an offense that's likely to score a good number of points. He's relatively inexpensive. He doesn't project quite as well as Fournette or Montgomery, and that's why he's just not going to get the ownership. But we still have him with a 10% chance of being optimal. We have him with only about 5.5% ownership. Similarly with Dylan, it's kind of the same thing with Aaron Jones. You get a modest medium projection because on average, you kind of just have to assume that they're both going to be involved and neither one's going to dominate touches or production. But in any given game, it can be either one. And you've kind of seen that, Aaron Dillon was sort of the guy week 1, Aaron Jones week 2. So at 6K, there is still plenty of upside for him. It's just that the median isn't really there. And then one other guy I'd throw in is Cordell Patterson at 5,800, just somebody that we know has that upside to be involved in the passing game. Also potentially gets goal line work here and there. So he's someone where, it's not hard to envision the ceiling where, Patterson just ends up catching more passes than he's projected for and like immediately has a big game.
All right, I want to go to our game technically right here where this should just be a lot of running. And I know that there's committee involved, especially with a guy like Miles Sanders, who not only has to deal with the two guys behind him on the depth chart, but the quarterback who's probably going to lead the team in rushing. But both of these defenses, Philly and Washington, you should be able to run all over. Does that do anything at all for not even punts, but like a guy like Miles Sanders, who still may be a little underpriced at 5,500, or even if you wanted to look at the Washington backfield?
I think Miles Sanders is underpriced. My biggest concern with him is that he's actually getting ownership here. We have him with about a 6% chance of being optimal, but about 14% projected ownership. If you saw any of that Washington game last week, what Swift was able to do, the line just was non-existent. And, Sanders is an extremely explosive player. So I like that. I like getting players like Sanders at cheap price tags that, even if their workload is somewhat inconsistent or there are, some sort of question marks around it, he's just so capable of, taking one touch and housing it and giving you a big game at that price point. The ownership is what kind of scares me off a little bit, though, just because it seems like the field is already there. As far as Gibson goes on the other side,
a little more expensive.
Yeah, okay, that's why I couldn't find him. Yeah, 6,400, basically projected for similar ownership to optimal percentage, 5% chance of being optimal, 6.5% ownership. He works as a lower owned pivot away from guys like Fournette, but I think from an ownership standpoint, he falls behind Connor for me. And then also from a projection standpoint, clearly you're not going to get to him at the same frequency as Fournette and Montgomery. So it's more so somebody where, if you're playing a popular stack, you're playing, popular plays in general, Gibson can be mixed in to offset some of that ownership.
Anybody else that we should mention here that either scrapes the bottom, like, hey, we forgot to bring up Michael Carter, or anybody at you think that would be a good mention, even for cash, before we move to the wideouts?
Two cheaper guys that I think are somewhat interesting looking at the boom bust tool. One is Dameon Pierce at 5K. We got all the hype about him in the preseason. And then in week 1, it was the Burkhead show. But last week, you got back to Pierce being more involved. He had 15 carries, 1 target. But, you saw him a little bit more involved. He's only 5K here. He's not any sort of a priority, I don't think, but I think that's just kind of a cheap price tag. And then also we have Chase Edmonds going a little bit under-owned, 6% chance of being optimal, only 4% projected ownership. I think Edmonds is sort of interesting just because the Miami-Buffalo game is a game that I think everybody expects to be high scoring. And that doesn't always, normally it does, but it doesn't always mean a bunch of production for the passing game, or at least that, the running backs are non-existent. If Tua is hitting Waddle, and instead of scoring, Waddle's getting tackled at the 10 a couple of times. Like, Waddle's having a good game, but it could be Edmonds running it in, and he's just going to get a lot less ownership than other pieces of this game. So we haven't seen a big game from him yet. 12 carries week 1, only 5 last week in the shootout. But he is someone at 5,100 that in what's likely to be a high-scoring game, I do sort of like in tournaments just as a way to get pieces of this game at much, much lower ownership and just hope that the game plays out differently than people are expecting.
WS Maryland, it's kind of chilly. You're stomping grounds. What's the weather supposed to be like down there?
I walked to get coffee this morning. I was just wearing a hoodie and jeans, and I was really comfortable. So I don't know. It's like perfect hoodie weather.
Okay, well, I was going to say, before you said perfect hoodie weather, I mean, we see people in the summer who are walking out in hoodies and jeans. So
yeah. I mean, I wear hoodies and shorts like every chance that I get.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I thought that's like you're too young for that look, man. You're too young to be washed. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Do you have the
No,
flip-flops going with that too? With
yeah,
the
yeah.
flats?
It's comfortable.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's keep it moving here.
So somebody
Yeah.
in chat asked about Mostert. Same general idea to Chase Edmonds. Mostert $600 less expensive. I think it's kind of a toss up who gets carries any given game here. So yeah, you can, if you prefer Mostert, it's the same play as Edmonds to me, pretty much.
All right, and definitely looking at that too. I know there was something for Burkhead, Edmonds. So anything you have in the chat, by all means, including, and look, I guarantee you, if we put a poll out here, we have over 1350, 75 now watching. I mean, my goodness, the very least you can do is hit the thumbs up button here. Adam woke up early. He battled through coffee issues at the barista just to race back here and do this show. All right. So you can hit the thumbs up button, please. But I guarantee you that if we put a poll out of now 1380 plus watching, 65 to 70% would say, I'm in a hoodie and shorts right now. Right? Like right now, watch it. We don't need to see it, but I guarantee you you're wearing shorts, aren't you, Adam?
I'm wearing jeans.
Well, yeah, it's because you came from outside, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
All right. Normally, you would be hoodie and shorts.
They're also just really comfortable. I don't know. I have like the first pair of jeans that I've ever felt comfortable in, so I wear them a lot.
You sound like Brett Favre doing the Walmart commercial. These are the best pair of jeans I ever had, man. Right. All right. Let's move on to wideouts. But first, we should tell everybody about what's happening here. The promo code is primetime. And what it does is it's going to give you access to everything we have at Stokastic Plus for all the NFL tools, showdown, single games. It's only $1. So you can follow along with everything that Adam is saying right now. You don't need to wait. You can jump in. Again, the promo code is primetime at checkout. You'll get 1 week of our NFL primetime package for only $1. And you can put that dollar to work immediately, as you can see evidence here on shows and videos that we're constantly putting out. So it'll include full access to everything we have on the premium content, tools as well, single game slates, lineup builders, the expert Discord. So you can bother Adam and you can bother other people on our expert Discord. And this is only valid through the 29th. That's 4 days from now. So you're not going to get Fantasy Cruncher. You don't have to bother anybody and tell them that Shander told you that. You get everything else. That's an add-on, but use our promo code primetime and you'll jump in on that dollar. All right, let's look at wideouts here. And this is going to be fun because we have a couple of guys. Really, Russell Gage is going to be that guy, that low-cost option that is as optimal as it gets. So if you wanted to look at him, 4,700 on DK, and then the complete opposite end of that is going to be, Cooper Kupp, and even to a slightly lesser extent from cost standpoint, Diggs and Hill. So you've got those three guys, and then here's Russell Gage, Adam, just sandwiched in between at 4,700, but he's popping optimal because of all the shit going on in Tampa.
Yeah, Gage kind of scares me here.
Okay, it's good to know that right away.
Just because, not that like I think he's a bad option at 4,700 or anything, but you have a couple of pretty big question marks. One, they picked up Cole Beasley, so I assume he's not like super heavily involved since they just got him, but who knows? But then, too, you have Julio, who is apparently a game time, like legitimately questionable game time decision. If Julio's back, that, is another body. But then again, you don't have Evans, so he's still going to look good. I guess my point is, like, I think Gage looks like a good value at 4,700. Like, no doubt about that. We have him with a 16.5% chance of being optimal. Only 6% ownership, too. So I guess I'm kind of curious if the ownership comes up. Like, I assumed he was going to be more popular than that with the way that he's jumping out for us. I do think that it's a spot just to pay attention to once we get inactives, although I guess it's the late game, so we won't have them for that game, because I don't really have a good feel for how that's going to go. Like, especially if Julio is out, Gage looks really good, but like that's not sneaky either. I'm pretty sure the field's aware of that. So kind of think that ownership comes up on him.
All right. So where are you beginning then? Are you building with higher cost, safer play, the sense of Kupp? Somebody like even Jefferson, who is not popping as high, but you're still paying up. Are you starting at the top, or are you building maybe more that middle top range?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just whatever comes out. But I think the top end looks very good. You have Kupp at 9,900. He's obviously just a monster. I talked about it on the review show this week with Eric a little bit. Kupp is obviously a great play whenever he's on the field. I kind of thought that last week got a little bit like revisionist history based, where he had the massive game. Devontae Adams sucked. Both or all of the pay up running backs sucked. And so you started getting these takes like, oh, are we at the point where you just have to play a bunch of Cooper Kupp every week and you're making a mistake if you don't? I don't think that's the case. I think it just kind of, Cooper Kupp is always a good play, and it really, really stood out last week when he was like the only pay up option that did well, really. But you still have plenty of guys around him that give you a similar range of outcomes and that aren't quite as expensive. You know, we have Kupp being optimal 16.5% of the time. We do have him going a little bit under owned at 13%, but Justin Jefferson's one of the best receivers in the NFL. I said that a year or so ago and got a bunch of shit in YouTube chat, and I don't think that'll happen anymore. No. But $9,300, $600 less expensive than Kupp, 11% chance of being optimal, 12% ownership, nothing wrong there. Devontae Adams in a bounce back spot after the disappointing week last week. He's still $1,500 less expensive than Kupp. He's still $900 less expensive than Jefferson. He's projected for 12% ownership here, 13% chance of being optimal. To me, Adams is just really interesting at that price because, maybe he's not going to get force-fed the ball as much as Kupp does, but you're 1 week removed from him getting 17 targets in his first game with Derek Carr, and he's $1,500 less expensive. Like, you can't tell me he doesn't have that same upper tier in his range of outcomes that Cooper Kupp has, even if, Kupp is going to be a little bit more consistent in getting there. So all three of these guys at the top look really, really good to me. And then if you wanted, a lower owned guy, Jamar Chase just basically getting no ownership in that same price range.
Yeah, that's pretty zero compared to what you're seeing there. So Chase is actually a guy that I wanted to pivot to, and I'm glad you brought him up. I mean, clearly you have a team that is expected to win and expected to throw while doing that, but Chase right there at the bottom, and I don't know if it's just comparative to other guys in that low to mid 8K range, but Higgins at 6,100 is popping significantly more there. So I don't know if that's just part of a stack, if Higgins is just the better run back option, but 6,100 and significantly more in the optimal lineup for Higgins over Chase.
Sorry, I was trying to keep up with chat. Somebody said Myers is out. I hadn't seen it yet.
So yeah, he's out. Sorry, I put that in from Schefter. So 27 minutes ago, Patriots wide receiver Jacoby Myers listed as questionable today due to a knee injury, is not expected to play versus the Ravens per source.
Okay, cool. Nice. I don't know why I missed that tweet. Oh, probably because I just wasn't looking at my phone.
Yeah, that's fine. But you know what, Matt? That's why the chat's here, right? Somebody, and this is how it always works, right? Somebody comes out, and because they don't know, because it's 9:25 on the East Coast, 6:35 where Jordan is. So the fact that we even got him out of bed is a victory here. But people aren't looking at this shit this early. So somebody says, hey, I'm going to play this guy. And then the chat says, no, that guy's out. And then if you missed it, it's a community. All right. So anybody else that's out, let us know in case we missed it. But all I was asking about was, the difference with Higgins and Chase, and if there's any opportunity to take advantage of that in the case of Higgins not being super high owned, but clearly decent 1-to-1 for ownership and optimal.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously the easier one to get into lineups. He's $2,000 less expensive than Chase. We have him projected for like less than 2 points less. So the median projection looks a lot better at that price tag. And as a result, you're seeing the ownership there. Plus the opportunity cost isn't necessarily as high. Like in one sense, it sort of is, just because there's always a bunch of high upside mid-range receivers. But when you're talking about Jamar Chase, you're probably costing yourself at least one of Kupp, Jefferson, Adams, Diggs if you go to Chase, and he projects like 4 points, at least 4 points behind all of those guys from a median standpoint. So massive opportunity cost. I think for Chase, it's most likely, if I get to him, it's more likely to be like with Joe Burrow and just going to a relatively low owned, Burrow, Higgins, Chase stack or something like that. I think that the gap in projection between him and those other guys is probably big enough that it's going to be tough for me to make a lot of lineups where I just choose to play Jamar Chase over one of those other guys, especially because, you're talking about modest ownership for the most part. Diggs at 22%, but Kupp at 13, Jefferson at 12, Adams at 12. It's not like you're talking about 40% ownership again, like we had last week.
Yeah. And I think that's a good point there, is to look at the difference in ownership and how that can be a determining factor, as you said, especially last week, those numbers. Looking at a couple of injury scenarios here, because it's not the only one that we mentioned in New England. I know that there's some bigger names and we can bounce back at them, but I did want to take advantage. Myers is out. I don't know what that does for Aguilar or Parker for you. Also had a question in the chat regarding Mac Hollins with Renfro being out. So you've got Eagles are still trash. Wow. I mean, come on. Here I am reading the question. I think at the very least we can get that guy to change his name, right? Unless he's talking about the Boston College Eagles that didn't cover that stupid spread last night. And there, I'm definitely okay with that. Is that the Philadelphia Eagles are still trash?
I don't even see what you're reading.
Eagles are still trash.
Oh.
How do y'all feel about Hollins with Renfro being out? Here I am throwing a bone to this person here, and I have to sit through and read that. As a Philadelphian, somebody who roots for that team, I have to be told that my team is still trash.
Yeah, I mean, I think that – so he got 8 targets last week. He had 1 week 1. Renfro being out obviously does open up some work. I do always get a little bit – I think there's a tendency sometimes to overstate, like, how much somebody like Renfro being out is going to affect Hollins, just because they don't necessarily run the same routes. They don't necessarily play the same role. You could certainly see Waller more involved as well. But it doesn't hurt him. Like at the worst case, he's a $3,300 guy that got 8 targets last week and certainly has that in his range of outcomes again. And then best case, he does get a couple extra targets. So it's not enough to like make me think Mac Hollins is a great option. I don't think he's like the Dortch of last week, but there is still upside there, and that would be the case with or without Renfro. Renfro being out can't really hurt.
And just real quick with the Myers news, anything they're doing, anything as far as with Aguilar or Parker even? You still have Mac Jones throwing the football, so.
Right, and it's just so difficult with Patriots receivers. I mean, Aguilar has been involved this year, 5 targets week 1, 6 last week. We know Bourne was essentially not involved at all week 1. You've gotten 2 targets a week for Devontae Parker. Last week, Bourne had 3 targets instead of his 1. Like, you could certainly see one of those guys step up. My first guess would be Aguilar, but it's, like you said, it's Mac Jones playing quarterback, and it's just a bunch of interchangeable receivers where I don't really have a good feel for who the Patriots even prefer.
What about Curtis Samuels, another low guy, salary, guy who's popping up for our optimal projections here? Talked about Russell Gage, 4,700, number 2. Adam said, whoa, that concerns me. Hold on a second. What about Samuel, who, if anybody's just looking at where we have for optimal, I mean, he's right there, 5'6". When you look at that list, Carson has thrown the football at least a lot, right, for a lot of yardage. So there could, or at least should be, some opportunities in this game. 5,100, much like Gage, is going to be the draw, right? That's going to be the anchor as far as why people are drawn to him. I don't know if it's worth it, though, even at 5,100 for you.
Well, and he's been extremely involved, too. 11 targets week 1, 9 targets week 2. One thing I do think is interesting, and I mentioned this with Gage, if Gage really is 6% owned and Samuel really is 11% owned, then Gage looks better to me, just given the ownership. Like, I think that there are similar plays. We have Samuel being optimal about 13% of the time. We have Gage around 17%, but I just have a hard time thinking that Gage actually ends up being that low owned. I think they probably end up being closer in ownership, and then it really just comes down to Gage is a little bit less expensive, but Samuel looks really good to me as well. I think there should be a lot of scoring in this game. At the very least, there's probably a lot of opportunities for Washington to throw, because I don't think they're going to be able to stop Philadelphia offensively. Hurts looked really, really good last week. Washington looked completely incompetent defensively. I kind of expect that to be the case again. So I think at the very least, Samuel is going to be very involved in this game.
All right. Anything else as we keep it moving here? And again, questions pop, whatever you have looking at this. I did want to throw another name in this game actually out at you, but is there anything else that you were looking at from either cheaper options, if there's a way to get to a 56 DJ Moore, a 59 Adam Thielen, or even scraping a little bit lower where we have guys like Jones or Dortch? Is there anything on that side, or even a bigger name? I mean, there were a couple of names that we didn't specifically hit, like Devontae Adams at the top. So anybody that you wanted to mention as we move on here from the wideouts?
I guess I have to mention DJ Moore just because I pretty much play the guy every week. We have him going under-owned again, 8% ownership, 5% ownership, 8% chance of being optimal. He's kind of like McCaffrey in that we know there's an abundance of talent here. He hasn't exactly been used the way that we would like through the first couple of weeks. He did get in the end zone last week, but I mentioned it on the show. I think it was the review show with Eric. Especially early in the season, I try and kind of think like, week 17, am I more likely to be looking back and saying like, damn, the Panthers spent all season unable to utilize somebody as good as DJ Moore? Or am I likely to be like, oh yeah, remember when he kind of struggled for 2 weeks and then figured it out and had a good year? I think it's still more likely to be the latter. And at this price tag, at low ownership, I just like betting on the talent there with DJ Moore. He's somebody that, from a talent standpoint, certainly is not $5,600. Allen Robinson coming off of a big game, 5,700, still not getting ownership. I like the ceiling that he offers. And then you can throw Michael Thomas in there at 5,900 as well, as somebody that I think offers a lot of upside and just isn't getting much ownership.
All right, I want to throw a couple of at you here, kind of rapid fire, if you will. We talked about Hill and that game. You mentioned Tua, but all the talk about the Buffalo secondary guys being out. Jalen Waddle, 6,800. What does that do for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's the ownership is coming into this game. You have Tyreek Hill getting 12.5%. You have Jalen Waddle getting 10%. I think it's deserved. Like, I think this is one of the more likely games to shoot out. I understand why it's getting a lot of ownership. I had mentioned the Miami running backs earlier just as a way to, get exposure to what's likely to be a high scoring game and just hope that there's enough variance and fluky stuff that happens that it happens to be, one of the running backs that gets there. But yeah, as long as, you're mixing in some sort of low-owned guys somewhere. I think it is an extremely high upside spot for Waddle, Hill, and then on the other side, Diggs, Davis, every pass catcher in this game.
So it's going to sound biased in all this, but we talked about this, at least on the Odd Shopper channel, Adam, last week leading into week 2, and it was just such an obvious regression kind of back to the middle where, Jalen Hurts has a couple of different targets. A.J. Brown was such a big focus of that first week that there was no way Devontae Smith would just be forgotten. And he comes out, has a pretty decent game week 2. So I still think that there's an opportunity to get him on a cheaper number before he continues to build up, right? So I think he may be a good example of somebody like we talked about with Miles Sanders, who's a little underpriced in this game. Now, granted, I get it. You've got A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, you have Quez Watkins, big play, and they're going to throw to the running backs, but it's hard for me to think that Devontae Smith is relegated to that cost, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I had made the same case after week 1 for Devontae Smith in best ball because I started doing like the week 2 to 17 DraftKings best balls, and suddenly he's going like after pick 100. And it was like, okay, just because Devontae Smith didn't catch a pass week 1, suddenly he's just like relegated to not being a real wide receiver. He's $5,200 here. There's all kinds of upside for him. Again, like I'm very bullish on the Eagles offense. Hurts has looked really good. They're throwing the ball. I know people coming into the season were afraid that they were just going to, run constantly, but that hasn't been the case. And I didn't think it was going to be the case bringing in A.J. Brown. There's so much passing talent in this offense. And so I've really liked what I've seen from the Eagles. I think that on a week-to-week basis, from a consistency standpoint, it is going to get spread around, like you were saying. A.J. Brown is clearly the one, but Devontae Smith's really good. He's going to get his. Dallas Goedert's going to get his in some weeks. So it's going to be difficult week to week to say, like, oh, yeah, this guy's got a really high floor, because it's not like, Cooper Kupp, where the quarterback's just going to force feed him passes, all game long. But from a ceiling standpoint, they're all going to look good pretty much every week. And the ownership is typically going to be a little bit lower just because you can't project that same sort of floor for them that you can for some other receivers. So right now we have Smith projected for 3% ownership. I think that's very reasonable. Like, it doesn't stand out in the sense that there's a lot of other guys in that price range that are 3% owned as well. I mean, Garrett Wilson getting 3%. I mentioned DJ Moore at 5%. Rashad Bateman's getting 3%. Like, there's plenty of guys here if you're just looking for very talented, low-owned guys that have really high ceilings. But Devontae Smith's certainly on that list.
Yeah, and I think 720 Red Dog, volatile, 22.6% target share. I think looking at something after 2 weeks where it was such an outlier of week 1, where he just wasn't needed in that game. And I don't think that moving forward against better defenses, et cetera, there are going to be opportunities for that. So, yeah, and especially from a DFS standpoint, if that's going to be the tag there. All right, let's move to the tight end.
And one other point quickly on the volatility thing. That's good in tournaments in a lot of cases. Like, especially when it's somebody like Devontae Smith, where you expect the average to settle in, closer to the high side. He's not, like we talked about Mac Hollins a second ago. Hollins is somebody where like he had 1 target and then 8 targets. I have no idea where the actual like true target share for Mac Hollins is. I have a pretty good idea on Devontae Smith that it's relatively high and that he's typically going to be involved. But that volatility typically, it goes back to what I was saying a second ago, it typically drives down ownership because it's going to drive down medium projection a little bit, but it doesn't affect the upside. Like, I'd rather get a low-owned guy that you tell me is either going to get 10 targets or 1 target than a low-owned guy that I know is going to get 4 targets.
Makes sense. Absolutely. And I'm glad you clarified that too. All right, let's look at the tight end spot here. And I mean, my goodness, it's pretty much Tyler Higbee that we have projected as the man here. So let's start there. How much do you anticipate? We have 12.5%. I mean, he is the highest owned guy by a mile. You have Waller and Andrews, and of course, the chalk in Travis Kelce. But Higbee, I mean, he even has a shit ton of leverage, despite having such a high amount of ownership at him. He still is the most highly leveraged, positively leveraged tight end as well.
Yeah, he looks really good here at 4,500. I think he's certainly your cash game tight end, pulling 18% ownership. Actually, I'll take that back. I think it's either him or Irv Smith, most likely. But if you can get the Higbee, I like getting there. 18% chance of being optimal, 12.5% ownership projection. The optimal percentage seems kind of high to me just because there are plenty of other options, but he has been really heavily involved. 11 targets week 1, 9 targets week 2. He's in a capable passing game. It's a game that's likely to be high scoring against Arizona. So I do think Higbee looks like one of the best tight end options.
You find yourself even, and I asked this because I don't know how often we have a situation like this, right? The only other guy who's popping on double digits, at least for our Stokastic projections in the optimal lineup, is going to be a guy in Mark Andrews, who you're paying $2,400 more on DK. So because you have nearly 6 points of positive leverage, can you still be over the field for such a guy, or for a guy who's so weighted with heavy ownership? Meaning, like, can you get to 14 and a half, maybe even 15%? You're still getting a positive leverage with that ownership on Higbee, Adam, but at the same time, you're taking advantage of such a wide gap that is now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It may not be a good strategy, but at least
you're asking Andrews, right?
No, Higbee, like bumping up the ownership that you can get to, because even at 1250, like, you'll cut into his positive leverage if you got to 13 and a half or 14% ownership on Higbee, but you're still getting like probably what, a 3.5 point positive leverage. Pardon me.
I
don't worry about it. We can, yeah. All I was saying is you can bump up the ownership for Higbee and still get positive leverage.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Seriously. I think
that's fine. But with Andrews, you also have a guy who is getting a positive leverage score that you're just paying significantly more for. Now, he's popping up as well as Kelce in that higher top percentage, but the cost-cutting move here is Tyler Higbee. With that said, you have some other options that you can save some money with as well in both Hayden Hurst and Gerald Everett if you were looking to pivot that way.
Yeah, those two. You also have Irv Smith down there at 3,100 that I think looks pretty good. He is getting the ownership. One thing I mentioned on a lot of these shows, and it kind of goes back to, I said I was surprised Higbee was projected to be optimal as frequently as he is. I'm also surprised that $6,900 Andrews is projected to be optimal as frequently as he is. Not because I think either one like isn't a really good play, but you just have so many cheap guys that have touchdown equity, and typically that's really what you're talking about at tight end, because for the most part their volume is going to be hit or miss. You know, obviously Higbee's gotten it through 2 weeks, but it's not like it would shock anybody if he got 4 targets today. Andrews, you know, obviously is going to get it a lot, but he's expensive. But what I'm saying is, like, not only do you have Higbee at 4,500, you have Dallas Goedert at 4,700, you have Pitts at 4,800, you have Ertz at 46, Everett 44, Hockenson 42, Knox, Hurst. You know, there's just so many guys here that have the potential to get you 4 or 5 targets and a touchdown, and they're all cheap. So it makes it so it's a position where typically I live in that like cheaper range and also spread it out, because you have, you know, 12.5% ownership coming into Higbee, which again, we have him going a little bit under owned, and I think that ownership's deserved. But at the same time, he's getting twice the ownership as Pitts. He's getting like twice the ownership of Goddard, Ertz, 4 times Everett, a little bit more than Hockenson, 4 times Hurst. It's just, there's a lot of guys that I think have pretty similar ranges of outcomes and not a ton of ownership here.
Is there anybody else that, I mean, Darren Waller, we talked about no Renfro out there. I don't know if that does anything to bump up target share. in your opinion? You hit on a bunch of guys here that have some great value, from Smith up to Ertz and even Hayden Hurst kind of in between there. So I don't know if there's anybody below that you can still save money from. The ultimate the ultimate cost cutting move would be like, Jawan Johnson or something like that. So I don't know how low you want to go. Logan Thomas is another guy, 3,500, who might pop a little bit for you. Just looking if there's anybody else that you want to reference before we move to the QBs.
Yeah, you mentioned Jawan Johnson. He's been heavily involved at tight end so far. He's only 2,900. Hasn't gotten into the end zone, so his fantasy scores aren't great. But 5 targets and 7 targets through the first 2 weeks. Certainly somebody that you can take a flyer on. Logan Thomas is somebody that I'm just high on in general. I expect this offense to be throwing a lot. He's only 3,500. I expect him to be one of their more dominant red zone targets. So yeah, just another guy that you can throw in there at like no ownership that certainly has the potential for a big game.
All right, let's move to quarterbacks. We'll remind everybody, and you can see it above our heads here. This show's brought to you by No House Advantage, NHA. We have a promo here, and we have a link below that you can click. We'll match your first deposit up to $25. And this is an amazing opportunity to just make some money, because we have up on Stokastic projections for you on NHA. We have optimal lineups. If you just want to plug and play right through your 10 to 7 point, depending on the tournament that you're playing in, down to 1, we'll tell you right there exactly what to do. And then the No House, of course, versus the House, where you can win 20 times your entry. It's free, and just jump in where you can here on this link and then sign up. We'll match your first deposit up to $25. Use our promo code Stokastic, right? All one word, all caps there. And it's great. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we do, I can't use in PA, but NHA I can. So I know it's legal and available to play in a lot of places where some of these other similar apps, peer-to-peer, if you will, are not. So take advantage of that at NHA. And again, the versus the House up to 20x is definitely going to be worth your time. All right, let's move to quarterbacks, man. And Mr. Prowler, ultimate value, 3,300. Mac Hollins dart throw. Now we referenced that a little bit earlier, but Mr. Prowler coming back on the super chat. So we can definitely bring that back real quick, Adam, before we move to the quarterbacks.
Yeah, no, perfectly fine. My take on Hollins was basically that Renfrow being out can't hurt him. It doesn't necessarily bump him up. Like, I think there's a tendency a lot of times to just say, oh, this receiver is out, so there's X number of targets available for this receiver. When they play different positions, they run different routes, you're going to have somebody else physically out there a lot of the time in Renfrow's spot. So maybe Hollins doesn't get a bump, like he could, but it can't really hurt him. Like, taking Renfrow out doesn't make you think Mac Hollins is going to get less targets. He got 1 target week 1. He got 8 targets last week. There's no guarantee he gets more than a couple targets here. But, again, he'd be, if Renfrow were playing, I think Hollins would be a decent dart throw just because he's a capable, deep ball receiver and can make big plays. Taking Renfrow out certainly doesn't make that worse. And if anything, it could help a little bit.
We'll move to the quarterbacks here and keep it going. Again, we're here 1 o'clock Eastern kickoff. We are jammed, and the final 10 minutes. I keep thinking that it's 10. So final 10 minutes or so here before we get out. Quarterbacks. Let's start where we have at the top. A lot of people I know are going to get to Josh Allen. A lot of people are looking at a guy in Jalen Hurts, but we also have Kirk Cousins, who's thrown right there at the top as far as projected to be optimal today, Adam. So I don't know where you're going with Cousins and how that kind of breaks down with the rest of your stacks that you're building.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins, what could go wrong? But I do like him. I do like him for a couple of reasons. One, he's 6,700. So, that's nice. But one thing I like about Minnesota, and this has been the case really for a couple of years, and I think it's going to be the case going forward this year as well, is they're just pretty concentrated in where your production's going. So if Cousins has a big game, you can be pretty confident that some combination of Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Irv Smith did well, just because that's pretty much where the ball goes. You can throw KJ Osborne in there as well, but they're not one of these teams where, obviously there's going to be random touchdowns for any team, but it's more surprising when it happens to Minnesota than, a lot of these other teams will be like, oh, some guy that I didn't know played in the NFL just caught a touchdown. Cool. That doesn't really help my stack. So that's one thing I just like a little bit about Minnesota, is that typically You don't have to worry about that quite as much there. Queue up whoever their wide receiver 5 is, catching 2 touchdowns today. But I like Cousins. He is going a little bit under-owned. We have him at 9%. We have 10.5% optimal percentage for him. Looking at the top stacks tool, we have Minnesota being the top stack 14% of the time, 9% ownership going to Cousins. We actually have them rated as our top stack here. So as much as Kirk Cousins scares me, I do think he's a good play.
Yeah, and it sounded a little reluctant, but it's understandable. And we definitely understand.
Washington fan too.
Exactly right. So you've seen it up close and personal.
I've seen the man take a knee when he's supposed to be spiking the ball. I don't trust him to do anything.
Which is fair. Like, nobody could ever argue that, right? It would be the same thing if somebody said, I don't trust Mark Sanchez to hand the football off, right? Like, it's in his DNA to fuck that up. So absolutely, man.
I think that was against the Eagles too, wasn't it?
Yeah, the butt fumble, I believe so.
Oh, I meant the kneel.
Oh, the kneel. No, the butt fumble wasn't. The kneel was, yes.
Okay, the kneel was.
Yes,
okay.
yes. All right. So let's start wherever you would like here. We wanted to get Kirk Cousins just because of where he's popping optimal. Josh Allen, the high cost guy, is. And then you get a bunch of other guys who are kind of in that Kirk Cousins range. So I don't know how much you're pivoting to a guy like Stafford and Burrow as a result of going off Cousins, but you're probably getting to those guys, including a Derek Carr, maybe even Mariota, who's a cheaper option, who's clearly involved now in this offense, both in the air and on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Rams actually as the second rated stack on DraftKings. And I'm guessing part of this is just because of Cooper Kupp. Like, we have 5% ownership going to Matt Stafford. We have the Rams with an 18% chance of being the top stack. Pretty sure that's just because, Kupp has such a good chance of having a massive game. But I mean, I always like, Josh and I talk about it a lot. Like, the quarterback for me typically just kind of comes along for the ride. Normally, you're not going to have quarterbacks that really stand out. And the ones that do are getting a lot of ownership. For example, Josh Allen, clearly a top quarterback option, but everybody's aware of that. So you're getting the ownership pretty much where it should be. And then, you're also getting ownership going into guys like Diggs, and it can become difficult to make a contrarian stack around those guys. But here, where you have Cooper Kupp getting like 13% ownership, which is very reasonable, and a good chance of being the highest scorer on the slate, why not just throw the quarterback in with him at low ownership? That gets you a lower owned team overall. You still have a high upside play in Matthew Stafford, and now you just have a positive correlation between those two plays. So you have one of the best wide receiver plays on the slate. You can just pair him with a low owned quarterback, makes that look good. So I think that's why they're showing up so much or so well in top stack percentage. Same thing goes with Higbee that I just said about Kupp.
Yep.
One of the most popular tight ends. A lot of people are going to play him, but if not that many people are going to play Stafford, then you're just passing the Tyler Higbee teams if Stafford happens to throw in touchdowns. Allen Robinson, certainly a viable part of that stack as well. You mentioned Carr. I saw somebody in chat say Alex liked the Raiders here too. I talked about Devontae Adams. Like, the ownership this week is like a quarter of what it was. Yeah, like a quarter of what it was last week. Similar price tag. It's just a matter of week 1, he had 17 targets. Last week, he sucked. He's going to have plenty of good games this year. The Raiders are not getting much ownership. Carr is getting 5%. They're coming in as our third best stack, and I like getting the Carr as well.
Yeah. Is there anybody that, I mean, we'll end here in the final couple of minutes, just going through the stacks. There are any questions people have on defenses as well, but I just wanted to wrap up here with the quarterbacks, because you mentioned some guys that you might be able, I love that strategy, right? So that low owned quarterback that you then can apply that stack. I mean, Indianapolis, Matt Ryan's going to be somebody who is somewhat popping in optimal, but also super low owned, right? And there's going to be a big risk with these guys, which is the reason why they're low owned. We talked at least briefly with Mariota, and I mean, maybe even a Geno or a Trevor Lawrence, pardon me, that you could work in that same mentality, at least of guys who are low owned, and maybe something happens.
Yeah, I don't hate the Mariota idea because he also gives you some rushing upside as well. Right. And then one thing I like about him is that he brings along talented low-owned guys. Obviously, Kyle Pitts has been a huge talking point this week because he's disappointed through 2 weeks. You had his coach say this isn't fantasy football. People are reading a ton into coach speak. I was talking with somebody on Twitter yesterday. Like, I would agree when you talk about somebody like Kyle Pitts that them not prioritizing getting him the ball maybe makes the Kyle Pitts is really talented argument more of like a ceiling case for him. Like, he's more talented, kind of like I was saying with DJ Moore. He's more talented than his price tag. He's going to have some massive games, but you do have to, when you're talking medium projection, account for the fact that they don't seem particularly worried about getting him the ball. But you still have a low-owned Kyle Pitts. You have a low-owned Drake London. Like, these are both very, very talented players that are going to have their share of big games, and when they do, they're likely to bring Mariota along for the ride. One other team that I would mention in a similar vein, only a 20.5-point implied total for Washington, but we talked about liking Curtis Samuel. We talked about liking Logan Thomas. It goes without saying that Terry McLaurin is always a good play pretty much, or at least always a high upside play. Dotson's been good. And then Carson Wentz is just getting like no ownership. I'm actually surprised that we don't have Washington looking a little bit better in terms of stacking as a whole, because I like their pieces. And then, if they're playing from behind, Wentz certainly can get there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And Washington, as far as, where our stack percentage is, we can kind of wind down here. If there's another team or two that maybe is in that middle to bottom range that you think should be a little bit higher, should be bumped up. And, clearly Washington is a great call because we've seen Carson Wentz throw the football so much. And the anticipation is that even with a couple of big runs, there's going to be opportunities for him to throw again. Talked about Mac Jones kind of staying away there. Mariota. Is there anything in like bottom projected stacks? I know that Tom Brady's thumb is probably going to be an issue here. Ryan Tannehill all the way at the bottom against a Raiders team. And again, this is a reach, right? This is going to be a leap for a reason, but Tennessee and Green Bay, which I get, are all the way there at the bottom. Should they be? Are they properly rated, in your opinion, two of the bottom three teams that we have?
I think so. When you think about it in terms of top stack, obviously Aaron Rodgers is capable of doing things and Tannehill less capable of doing things. But it's also like, what receivers are you pairing them with? Rodgers doesn't really have anybody. Like Watson is out. So you're kind of just guessing at which random guy Rodgers happens to throw the ball to. For Tennessee, you have Treylon Burks, who looks good. Other than that, you're kind of just guessing where Tannehill goes. The one spot that I do want to mention, and I saw somebody bring it up in chat, really, really good spot for Mahomes in the Dome in Indianapolis. I'm kind of surprised we don't have them higher than we do. I am really, really interested to see where ownership actually comes in there, because we have Mahomes projected for 3.5% ownership. And, like I said, I don't research NFL during the week, but I am on Twitter. All I have seen all week long is, oh my God, Patrick Mahomes isn't a top 5 owned quarterback this week. What a great play. How do you not play Patrick Mahomes this week? Blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Kansas City's ownership just ends up steaming, because everybody that gets paid to do fantasy football content is saying that the Chiefs are great.
See, you learn a lot here on this show. We have a couple of super chats. It's a good point, especially because here I was ready to rip your ass that all you're doing is hanging out on Twitter for the whole week, but you found a couple of gems, man. I love it. Maybe I'm the one who's on the wrong side here, which is possible.
Yeah, like, so I don't look at stuff so that I don't form an opinion of my own, but I'm very aware that I've seen Patrick Mahomes' name on Twitter like 800 times this week.
No, but it's a good observation, because you're right. That's how steam picks up. And all it takes is 1, 2, 5, 10, 15 people who are credentialed in this world to say the same thing, and it gains traction. We have 2 super chats I wanted to hit with you, Adam, quickly on the way out. Mac Jones at quarterback from Avi. We talked about him a couple of times. The question mark that is Jones at the quarterback spot. And then Jorge, big winner Jorge, favorite wide receiver above 4.5K to pair up with Stafford and Kupp, Aguilar, Devontae against that awful Baltimore secondary. So you have 2 on the way out here.
So the Mac Jones question, my biggest, I don't even know if it's the biggest question mark, because Mac Jones is probably the biggest question mark, but who are you pairing with? Like, that's kind of the thing for me is not only is I don't mind uncertainty at wide receiver if I'm talking about like a quarterback I'm confident in or a passing game I'm confident in. I'm not confident in the Patriots passing game. I'm not confident in Mac Jones, and I'm not confident in who the hell he's throwing the ball to, even if he has a good game. So that's not to say like you can't play him, but it just makes the whole thing really risky to me. Like, even if Mac Jones has a good game, which is a big if, is it Aguilar? Is it Parker? Is it Bourne? Is it Henry? Is it somebody else? So that's kind of the thing too, is that lowers the probability a little bit. Weirdly worded question here, because my favorite wide receiver above 4,500 would be like Justin Jefferson. But I mean, if you can get Allen Robinson in the stack, then obviously him. Aguilar is the Patriots receiver that I guess I have the most confidence in, even though that's not a lot of it. But yeah, I mean, if the thoughts on Aguilar or Devontae against Baltimore, I mean, obviously Devontae, if you can get there.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, no, just want to make sure that we get it out there, right? Jorge's paying, so we want to make sure.
Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, most receivers are above 4,500.
Right. I think that's kind of, yeah, exactly. Well, look, we appreciate everybody hanging with us. By all means, at Ship My Money DFS, at Shander Show, Jordan's on Twitter somewhere as well, lurking. Probably has like a couple of burner accounts monitoring yours. You know that, right?
What was that?
Jordan has a couple of burners. You're busy. You're building lineups and stuff. I know I can't talk to you on game day. All right. Other shows like Saturday morning, I can fuck around with you all day. Sunday, you're locked in, man. All right. Go on. Make your money, brother. Thanks for everybody hanging with us. Stay tuned. We're not going anywhere. This channel right here until 1 o'clock, until kickoff. A lot coming on right now.
What is going on? It's that time before Sunday where you're making sure you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's. And what that actually means is you got to get a lineup in for the Sunday No House Advantage Pick'em contest. And I'm feeling pretty good about my Week 3 picks. But as always, I've told you this many times, if you don't want to trust me, you don't want to trust a guy who looks related to the Karate Kid, then take yourself over to Stokastic, where they offer free projections for this specific contest. No House Advantage, free projections, and you can see what they like the most opposed to me. But I am feeling pretty good for this week. And if that's not enough for you, wait, there's more. Now, No House Advantage is actually offering that first match deposit up to $50. It was $25. We bumped it up because we're so sure you're going to like it over there. So if you click the link down below and register, you're a new user, you're going to get a first-time match deposit up to $50. Now, let me give you a couple of my sniffs, a couple of my picks. The first one I'm going to go with, we actually saw this last Thursday night. It ended up being absolutely brutal, but anytime you take a punch to the face, like you know how when somebody throws a punch, that's actually when they're the most susceptible to being countered. I don't know how I'm making this transition into why Juju Smith-Schuster is my favorite pick, but you saw him get the looks week 1. He seems to be the wide receiver that Patrick Mahomes trusts the most. He unfortunately went up against one of the best pass defenses in the league in the Chargers last week. They've had extra time to prepare. They're going to Indianapolis, where they've been struggling on both sides of the ball early this season, and in a game where they're 5 or 6 or 7 point favorites depending on where you bet them. I love the over on Juju Smith-Schuster's receiving yards. Then I'm going to go over to the Raiders-Titans game. Where did we see the Titans last? Oh, on Monday, getting absolutely shred through the air. We just found out that Hunter Renfrow isn't playing in this game. Now, you can take another Raiders receiver, or in my case, I'm taking the Darren Waller over on receiving yards. He's obviously going to be working the middle of the field. There's going to be no Hunter Renfrow this time around. You're going to have Devontae Adams taking double coverage because you just saw what Diggs did to them. Look for Darren Waller to you hate to use the term easily, but look for Darren Waller to easily surpass that yardage total. Next up, I'll be going down to Miami with Will Smith. Welcome to Miami, where Chase Edmonds isn't the starter. I'm going to go under on Chase Edmonds' rushing yards. And I know you're probably thinking that's a pretty low number, but when you look last week, he wasn't even their primary ball carrier. And now I'm starting to think when you look at how these two running backs go, Mostert's probably going to be the first and second down back for the majority of the work, and Edmonds may be their receiving back, just kind of like that complimentary role he played with James Conner last year. I think he's going back to that, and week 1 was just a product of Mostert not really being ready yet. So you got 2 chances to win this bet. I know it's a low number, but chance number 1, he just doesn't hit it even if he's the starter and primary running back. Or number 2, he doesn't really get the rushing opportunities to crack 39.5 yards. And number 3, by the way, that Bills front is pretty nasty. I'm going to take the under on Chase Edmonds' rushing yards. I think it's 39.5. This next one, in Chicago, it's going to be this is a sniff. This is a sniffer.
had any idea where Moldova was. I know it's not in North America. That's the best that I can do.
You're right.
And it doesn't sound like a South American country.
Also correct.
And we are live. Welcome to the NFL Deeper Dive. I am your host, Josh Engleman. Don't adjust those dials. Things just got significantly better than they normally are each Sunday. I am joined by the boss man, Alex Baker, Awesemo himself, and Jazz Raz. Ben, we haven't done a show in forever. This is going to be fun. Ben Raz is here as well. We've got No House Advantage as the sponsor for the show. We're going to be here for, I don't know, what feels like 10 hours, but all the way up until 11:45 a.m. I'm excited for this one. Boss, how you doing over there?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I think we're going to need all 1 hour and 45 minutes because there's so many good picks this week. So
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Baldy in the Oaf says Laffy looks good today. Damn right. Damn right. Ben, what's good?
Nothing. Yeah. See, Chad picked right up on it. Look at this. Moldova, officially the Republic of Moldova. It is bordered by Romania. Quick to the draw, 720 Red Dog. They know what's up. That's how we prepare for an NFL show around here.
That might as well just be a circular definition for me, because knowing that Moldova is bordered by Romania doesn't help me at all, considering I have no idea where Romania is either. I mean, I can be generally accurate. I'm not going to get like the entire landmass wrong, but I'm not going to be able to pick individual. I'm not confident I'd get all 50 states right. So
lucky none of that will help you win $1 million today. And that is priority number one. Priority number two is European geography, but we will be talking all things. Do you like, I wanted to ask you guys before we even dived into the games, each week kind of has a different feel.
Yeah.
This week, the number of unknowns that I feel like we're still waiting on feels double any other week and then some.
I feel like it's been like this for the first 3 weeks, where we haven't had that spot yet where a starter goes down and we get that broken price tag backup guy in 45% of lineups. The guy that I think of most is, I think it was probably like 3 years ago now, Boston Scott stepping into like a 50% owned role pretty early in the season. All three of like these first 3 weeks, we're topping out at guys at like 20 to 25% ownership, which doesn't seem all that crazy. Alex, do you see it different?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's spot on. Like this is definitely an interesting week. Of course, with that game-changing news that Jacoby Myers will not be playing today, like that changes everything. So I had to cross off all my lineups because he was in 100%. And now we're back to ground zero here.
When that happens, does like your Excel sheet just crash? Does the entire model that we have going just go up in flames? Because Jacoby Myers might as well wear a Stokastic sponsorship logo on his jersey at this point.
He's fantastic. He for some reason is no end zone luck, but this year he's taken another step forward. So that's really sad to see, but maybe some interesting plays as a result. I guess we got our choice of a lot of good plays this week, so it'll be interesting.
Larry C says that's DJ Moore. Come on, they might as well be the same person in terms of our model. It would be pretty interesting if we stripped all the names away and all of the teams away, and I only showed you salary, projection, and value. I think that we would probably be able to pick out Jacoby Myers and DJ Moore in like our first 4 guesses.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. There are some guys that, we're over on a lot, but Jacoby Myers, we were over on him and then he went off. At least he got a lot of yards. So that's kind of how it goes.
I look at that as a feature, not a bug, that shows consistency in the model from week to week. Just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean that we should be making widespread changes so these guys don't show up the same way. So, all right, we got a super chat that we need to touch on right out of the gate, and then we're going to dive into breaking down each and every one of the games that are going to be on this main slate for today. So don't be afraid to keep hitting that like button, although it is sitting at 420, so it's hard for me to really ask for any more. Eric hit us with the super chat. Laffy got a lot uglier. That's just mean, rude things. Said, just kidding. Glad to see you, Josh. Thank you for all you gentlemen do. Let's get it today. Go Lions.
Oh, like that.
I bet you
It
do.
seems like ever since they've been on Hard Knocks, now everyone's a Lions fan. It's great.
I've never watched Hard Knocks. It's crazy. Ever. Like ever. Even when like it was new content and we didn't have as much random stuff to do.
Well, for those of us who went to the school of Hard Knocks, like it really is a
Documentary.
great show. Yeah.
I wasn't ready for that, but I am ready to dive into this bad boy, and we are kicking it off with, arguably like the most interesting game to me, the Buffalo Bills at the Miami Dolphins. Bills, dogs, 53.5 point total in this one as well. We've got these guys at like the 4th and 5th best stacks for today. Last I looked, this is going to be a big one. Ben, I'm going to start it here with you. Let's go to the Buffalo side first, because I think they are the best team in football. I don't think that's a particularly shocking take. They've looked great over 2 weeks. How are you seeing? I'm just going to go broadly. What do you see from Buffalo today?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that they're the best team right now. And it's interesting. We haven't seen them on the slate just yet. They opened the season on Thursday. Then they played on Monday. So this is the first chance to kind of get them amongst a large slate. So it's just going to be a matter of where are people and where is everybody looking at Josh Allen and Diggs amongst the elite wide receivers. And Josh Allen is the most expensive quarterback. It's hard to argue with that. Diggs has just been unstoppable so far. And he's not, he's $2,000 cheaper than guys like Jefferson and Cooper Kupp. So I get the popularity there. I guess my question, clearly you can play those guys, but how quickly does it drop off after that? You've got a Q tag on Dawson Knox. Gabe Davis didn't even play in week 2. Singletary's never an alpha in that backfield. So although it's a great game environment and a great 1-2 punch, I'm not sure there's a ton else I have to say about Buffalo to get things started.
Boss, how are you seeing it? Because I'm having trouble getting away from Josh Allen. I'm having trouble getting away from Stephon Diggs in particular, who I think is driving a lot of my Josh Allen exposure, because the price on Diggs is just really difficult to get away from.
Yeah, since he went off in the Monday night game, they obviously created the salaries on the big sites before then. So he's a little underpriced this week, and he's a great play. I don't know why you'd want to try to get away from Buffalo. Like, they're our top stack on the top stacks one with DK and FD. So, I think there's a lot of factors going into that. Like, they throw at a high rate, one of the highest in the NFL, and they have good passing efficiency. They have a team total of 28.5. That's pretty good, and they got some fantastic options to stack. Mostly Diggs and Gabe Davis, assuming that Gabe Davis does end up playing. So
on a day like today where we see ownership going to Diggs in like a pretty reasonable amount, does that even register to you? But when you don't get any real major extremes, does that slow you down at all from construction, or are you still just willing to eat this kind of chalk?
Yeah, I think that, like in NFL, when you got 13 games on the slate, like what ends up happening is if a player is above those 20s, they're usually like really, really underpriced. So I don't know if we have any players like that this week, but Diggs is one of the best values of the week. But yeah, I think that as long as you don't go like completely chalk with every pick, then you shouldn't be too chalky this week.
Yeah, that's sort of where I was thinking. It's just so much easier to be able, instead of saying, I don't want to get to Diggs' ownership, it seems so much easier to find like your wide receiver 3 at a lower mark, maybe your second running back at a lower mark, and get different elsewhere, because he just seems so cost efficient. Ben, if you look at it, is there any, do you see a path where you can get away from Diggs and just simply try to be different in the Buffalo stack?
So that's where I think the kind of problem is, and why Diggs is so popular, possibly the most highly owned player on the entire slate, is in my opinion, if you don't get to Diggs, you're almost fading the team itself, because it's hard to imagine. Now, Josh Allen does have rushing upside, so there's always the outlier that he falls in the end zone twice, and somehow he gets there without Diggs. But you're drawing pretty thin right off the bat to say that, okay, like Buffalo's going to eclipse their team total. I want exposure to this team, but Diggs isn't going to get there at a super appealing price tag. I think he's one of the most correlated players on the entire slate to how his team performs today. And for that reason, I kind of see them as one and the same.
As of right now, he is my second most exposed player on the entire slate. I don't see a really good path to get away from him. The question then becomes, how much do you want to get to the rest of Buffalo? Because from an ownership perspective, I think we're feeling pretty safe. It's minimal to the running backs. It's minimal to Gabe Davis or any other potential pass catchers, Dawson Knox. Do you like going to more than just Diggs here, Alex?
I'm not that keen on anyone else on the team, to be honest. Like, Singletary is a reasonable option usually, but not a guy that I get excited about even at his kind of budget price, because they just don't run the ball a ton in Buffalo. They've been having 3 running backs active as well, so it's not like Singletary's getting a monster workload. And then with the other players, Dawson Knox is a little bit expensive for the role that he has. He's only been out there about 63% of the time running routes this year, so that's a big decrease from last year. We'll have to see if that sticks, but he gets targeted only 13% of the time he's out there. So in my opinion, he's quite a bit overpriced. And then between Crowder and McKenzie, it's neither one is going to have enough playing time, I don't think, to be in play.
Okay. Ben, on the opposite side here, well, not the opposite side, same sort of question. If you're going to Diggs, are you trying to tack on a Dawson Knox? I don't know how well we're going to be able to get there with Diggs and Davis, just given their salaries. Are you trying to pick out a McKenzie in this case to go along with Diggs, or are you just not really going to be here?
No, it's more so I'll look to Diggs when I can play him. And certainly if Josh Allen's in my lineup, I'm going to anticipate just going, I guess you could call it a skinny stack, just with Diggs. I don't see the appeal. If I was making 150, would I have some full onslaughts of this game? Yeah, we saw that last week with Miami and Baltimore. But at the same time, in terms of my priorities, no, it's not going to be forcing in the secondary guys from Buffalo.
So you mentioned the skinny stack with Diggs. You mentioned, this game from last week. So let's then try to loop this in with Miami, because if you are trying to stack this game and you do want to get to someone that looks like Stephon Diggs, you certainly have 2 options on the opposite side that proved they could have some big games last week. And if you want to try to bring back a Tyreek Hill on the other end, it's got a pretty sizable price tag. He's only $100 cheaper than Diggs. We're starting to talk about a lot of salary with Allen, with Diggs, with Hill, even adding Jalen Waddle at 6,800. Do you like a game stack here?
I mean, it definitely can work. There's no doubt. I do think you bring up a good point, though. Last week, Miami wasn't like a premium stack in terms of allocating major salary. It kind of fell into place with Tua, and then the Ravens runbacks were a lot more appealing. Here, you're allocating a ton of salary, and I think a lot of people are going to do Tua, Waddle, Tyreek, and bring it back with Diggs. That's going to be a super common build today. I get it, but again, that's where you talk about you're really allocating a ton of ownership and a ton of salary with a lot of people. That is not what I'm going to try to do. I'll try to take pieces of Miami, but I'm not going to really chase what we saw last week.
Yeah, I am getting to some Tyreek Hill in and around the field at this mark. I think that's he's a guy with a ceiling that is just so crazy every single time he steps out there. Alex, do you see yourself getting to Miami here? Does this work for you? Can they run it back for the ridiculousness that they put up last week?
Well, probably not, but that game was absurd. So any week, it's pretty unlikely to happen. But it sucks because I was on Miami before they were cool last year, and they never really seemed to go off. Now it seems like they're the team that everyone stacks. So I think that Buffalo is a great matchup for stacking up a team against them, because they put up a lot of points. So I think Miami is going to be throwing a lot on your average Sunday in this matchup. And then you got 2 fantastic options with Waddle and Hill that seem like they're both not not in the top tier, but certainly in an elite company this year so far. So I think that they're great options. Beyond that, it's really tough to get to any Miami players because Mostert and Edmonds seem to have about a 50-50 split in the backfield as of last week. Mike Gesicki at tight end, his playing time has been cut sharply this year. So I don't think you can play him. And then, so this game's really interesting because everyone's going to be on the game, but there's really only like 5 players that you can play. So I think that everyone's going to stack up this game the same way. And that's not really ideal if you're trying to win a GPP.
And this is we sort of just mentioned it before. This is an expensive stack if you are stacking up this game between Diggs, Hill, Waddle. If it's Allen on one side, Tua obviously a little bit easier to get to. Are you expecting to be light here then, Alex?
I don't want to commit one way or the other yet. I haven't even built
Fair.
my lineups, but
Fair.
I think that I'd definitely be on the Miami side. I think more than Buffalo, just because it seems like with Buffalo, everyone's going to take Allen, Diggs, and then it's tough to build a unique kind of lineup. Where on Miami, I guess you can get a little bit different if you don't take Diggs as your run back option. So that doesn't sound that exciting. So I think people won't do it, but it's football and there's a lot of variance. So definitely could work.
Ben, anything else you want to add to this game?
No, I mean, most people watching certainly are aware of this, but the Bills secondary is in shambles. That just adds to why a lot of people are going to be going to Miami here. This will be a real test for Buffalo. 4.5-point favorites for them could be one of the lowest spreads we see for them in quite some time, just caliber of team that they are. So there's a lot to like. 53.5-point total. I get it. But as you guys summed up nicely, with a game this intoxicating, there's not that many plays that really make a lot of sense.
It's a tricky game. I don't want to, bury this part entirely, but I was just planning on skipping over it. Do we want to talk about either one of these defenses, Ben or Alex? I don't care which way we go because I think the answer is probably going to be no, not really.
No.
Okay.
I could throw some love at the Miami defense, I guess, because like Josh Allen can get loose with the football. So like since he's getting a ton of ownership, like getting defense versus like the chalk QB, it's not like my favorite strategy in NFL, but I think whenever you're taking the defense of a team against a team that passes a lot, there's potential there.
Got like 3,300 people in the house, well over 500 likes. So that's off to a great start. Schedule for the rest of the day is simple. When we finish up on this stream, we're kicking it over to NFL Live before lock. They will take you all the way up until 1 p.m. But that does not end our live coverage for the day. 7 p.m. Eastern time, NFL Showdown live before lock. We've got Niners Broncos tonight. I've got 2 contenders videos out already. You guys can go check that out, but we'll take you all the way up until lock for the Sunday night football game tonight. I feel like the Broncos are just in like a real game each week. They're not very good in my opinion, but that's neither here nor there. Russell Wilson, I guess that's all it is. He's the draw. I don't know if they're playing this game if it's Drew Lock. Who knows?
Man.
And then we get to game number 2 on this one. We're going at Cincy and the Jets. This Cincinnati team is a team that I get to pretty aggressively every single week. I find them to be impossible to ever get right because they just have too many different pass catchers. Ben, I'll start with you on the Cincinnati side of this one. What are you seeing here? Because we've got so many weapons in the pass game. We've got Joe Mixon, who is obviously an elite running back. We've got Joe Burrow under center, borderline elite quarterback. I don't know how we want to actually talk about him at this point. Do you like Cincinnati here against the Jets?
So, first of all, on a macro level, this is almost have to have it for Cincinnati. Bad start to the year. They can't keep Burrow upright. 13 sacks in 2 games. You got the Jets. You got to protect them. You got to find ways. I do like them, though. They have straight alphas all over the field. Mixon's going to have serious workload. Despite all their problems, they're a 6-point favorite, so the game script should really lean in his favor. And then you've got 2 huge receivers. Jamar Chase, we know Higgins is back, and it was a concussion, so it's not like there's residual limitations on what he did. He had 10 targets in week 2 against Dallas. I'll keep it pretty simple. And then I'll actually add in one more guy before I pass back. Hayden Hurst is the pay down option at tight end if you want to add him to those stacks. So it's a team that I do like because it's pretty simple to build with them. You can go Burrow and some of the pass catchers. You can go Mixon on the ground, and they have a great matchup with the Jets.
Right now, I'm getting Higgins and Mixon, and I'm limited to Boyd and Chase, which generally means that Boyd and Chase are going to be exceptional this week because this is just a team that I never, ever get correct. Alex, when you look at these guys, because Cincinnati is ranking 6th in our stack metric, the Jets slightly lower than 6th at basically the bottom. What do you try to do when you look at a team like Cincinnati, who feel very different than what we just talked about in the previous game, where there are a lot of different combinations to put a stack together?
Yeah, I think that Cincinnati is the ideal team to stack because there's 4 players at wide receiver and tight end that get all of the workload. So pretty much all of those guys, Chase, Higgins especially, but Boyd and Hurst as well, like, are going to be fantasy playable. I don't love Boyd's price on DraftKings, but on FanDuel a little bit more palatable, I guess. Probably not a guy I'm going to go to a ton, but the rest of the guys look great. They are pretty neutral pass run, but slightly towards the pass side. And the Jets defense, they shouldn't have too much trouble there. So I think that they should be in a good spot. The only question is, like, are the Jets going to hang in this game? They performed a lot better than I expected last week, so it definitely seems like a possibility.
If this is a spot where Cincinnati sort of gets right for the rest of the season, should we just be expecting a big day out of someone like Joe Mixon, who just sort of, the Bengals get out of the gate quick, and then Joe Mixon is just destroying the Jets through the second half? I'm happy to get to Mixon. I don't mind the $7,600 price tag. Ownership is sort of already there, but I think it's warranted. What are you seeing for Mixon?
I think Mixon, like anytime you got a workhorse running back versus a team where they're big favorites, it's pretty appealing. So Mixon, he stands out in that respect. But I guess I think he's a pretty good play. So that would be possibly some good chalk.
This is a spot for you, Ben. What do you do if you're trying to get to a Cincinnati Bengals team? Because like I mentioned before, the possibilities of how you want to stack this team up are endless.
Yeah, they're endless, but again, it's the same kind of concept. It's rare where Cincinnati has an explosion and it's like, who is that guy? Like, never heard. Some of these teams, like the Chiefs, they pull guys off the stands and then they score. Like, it's Mixon, it's Higgins, it's Chase, and then you have a couple peripheral options. And Mixon's the type of guy, 27 carries in the overtime game against Pittsburgh, 19 against Dallas in a loss, and he still has a handful of targets each game. You're looking at 20-plus touches in basically any game script, and that is appealing. So Cincinnati is a team, I think, a worthwhile target, and you know who those big-time players are.
Are the Jets a worthwhile target for anything?
So normally I would say no, but the Jets are making it a little more reasonable, certainly, and it's early, but Garrett Wilson looks like he's going to be pretty legitimate. 14 targets last week. Obviously, they want to get him the ball. He even had a carry for -2 yards, got that going for him. The backfield, these guys look pretty good, but there's two, Breece Hall and Michael Carter. There's not a lot of separation. Both of them can catch the ball, and that makes it a little more difficult to say, okay, if they fall behind, they'll just dump it off to Carter, because that might not be the case. So I get it. I think it's more of a run back. No chance I go to the Jets quarterback situation, but I'm not completely ruling them out either.
Alex, are you ruling them out?
The Jets?
Yes.
Possibly, I guess. I agree that Breece Hall and Michael Carter are kind of tough targets in DFS because they both seem to be like close to 50-50. And then with the receivers, I just don't have enough confidence in Flacco, to be honest. Like, even though he had a pretty good game last week, I feel like people's expectations are going to be a little bit higher than what he can deliver on a regular basis.
Anything else you want to touch on between the Bengals and the Jets, a game that I hope I don't see much of on Red Zone other than Bengals highlights?
Jets defense could be a little intriguing because Joe Burrow has been, taking a lot of sacks and being turnover prone. So you're really going for those crazy turnovers, and Jets are super cheap this week.
The Detroit Lions are 6-point dogs to the Minnesota Vikings. Big total in this one. I would have started with Minnesota since there are some popular options here, but I can't do that on this particular show. We got to start with the Detroit Lions for the boss man here. What are we liking? Because Amon-Ra St. Brown having a great start to his season, pulling some ownership, seems perfectly reasonable as an option at 7,200. I assume will be a very popular run back for any sort of Minnesota stacks. What do you want to do with your Lions here today, Alex?
I kind of want to fade the Lions, I guess. But I think they've been passing a ton because they've always been in these really big deficits. So people think they're kind of a pass first team. But since last year, they've been pretty run heavy when given the chance. So I could definitely see this game getting away from Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's going to be really popular. I think people's expectations for him are going to be super, super high because he's been on this godly streak where it seems like he's getting, I think he has 100 yards and a touchdown, and there's some stats I saw where he's eight catches and a touchdown in 7 of the last 8 games he's played or something, which is insane. But the thing with wide receivers is this is so random that even the best guys fail pretty regularly. And kind of what I'm picturing for Amon-Ra St. Brown is more kind of like a Brandon Cooks thing where the team sucks, but he's pretty good. And I don't think he's going to be able to sustain the level of performance he's had.
Ben, if you have anything additional to talk about for St. Brown, feel free to add it. I'm really curious what your thoughts are on DeAndre Swift, limited in carries last week, supposed to be getting additional work this week from what I read. Where do you land more on Swift? Because I think St. Brown sort of speaks for himself.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And this is just the reality of the situation. And I feel like this dates back to last year. I don't really believe when the Lions coaching staff speaks. I've seen the story with Swift before. It doesn't really correlate to what actually happens out there. So I simply just don't know. And Alex already talked about this. The Lions, now that they're getting better too, you're going to see they want to run the ball. That is where they thrive. That is what they want to do. That is their identity. And they've got 2 backs to do just that. So it does make it tough. St. Brown, of course, fantastic player. Hawkinson's not getting the really much right now. He did have 7 targets last week, but they were pretty inefficient, and he is a little banged up as well. So I get it. And then, for the game itself, when I look at Minnesota so far, it's early in the year, but they've really struggled stopping the run. 5.3 yards allowed per carry, 28th in the league, and they haven't been much better against the pass. So I think that the Lions will have opportunities. I just have trouble going to Swift just because of a volume issue potentially. And with the Q tag, it's a lot of salary to allocate to a guy that honestly might not have a path to success just because of the game plan.
Seems like now we should probably talk about the team that ranks at the top of our stack list, the team where you're probably getting a little bit more here and using the Swifts, the St. Browns, the Hawkinsons as a run back. That would be the Minnesota Vikings, just looking great this week in our data, whether that's Dalvin Cook at 7,900, which no one is going to be surprised to hear is a great play. Justin Jefferson, similar story. Thielen to a lesser degree. Irv Smith looking like a likely cash option at tight end at just 3,100. Do you like Minnesota this week, Ben, against these Lions?
Yeah, there is a lot to like. And the thing about them, first of all, it could be a really good game environment because there is a chance that Detroit is gashing them on the ground. Not that we want them to chew up clock, but they might have to throw to claw back. You've got big time players all over the place. You've got Jefferson on the outside. Irv Smith dropped what should have been a 60-yard touchdown down the field on Monday. He had 8 targets in that game. So he's clearly at 3,100 going to be a spot people look. And then you mentioned Dalvin Cook, who's not really getting it's a mixed bag of what's happening. Now the Philly game got away from them, but you can't give him 6 carries. I think that's going to be an outlier when we look at the season for him. I don't expect many games like that, even if they get blown out. And they're 6-point favorite here. So I'm going to rely, as I always do, when our tools say, identify a team like this, it's definitely one that I'm strongly considering getting some exposure to in a good game environment.
Yeah, this is the team that I'm getting to the most, whether it's Cousins, I'm getting a bunch of Cook, Jefferson over on Thielen. I am filling out with Irv Smith as a value option. Alex, are you seeing it the same? I assume you are, considering you are the basis of everything that we have at the website. Minnesota, our number one stack. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what our model is telling us, is that obviously Minnesota, they have the highest team total this week versus the Lions. So that's gonna really make them pop, because it's not like they're having a 29.5 team total every week. This is definitely an outlier.
Yep.
Now we've seen some nice signs from the Vikings this year, with them being more pass heavy than previously. So that definitely will benefit guys like Justin Jefferson if he needed any help, and Adam Thielen. And then being a huge favorite versus the Lions, that could be Dalvin Cook week. So I think all those are good options this week. And there's some other options you could throw in the mix, like Osborne and Irv Smith. But I think that this is definitely the chalk team for a reason this week.
When you look at someone like Irv Smith, is that more of a cash game play to you? Because he is pulling a bunch of ownership, a lot of that just having to do with this game environment and the $3,100 price tag. Is he someone that you see as slightly easier to get away from in a larger GPP, or are you still full steam ahead just because of that point per dollar value?
Yeah, it's tight end this year has been a spot that it feels like there's never a ton of good tight end plays, so it's hard to really take away from a guy like Irv Smith, who looks fine given the points and the salary. So my general strategy this year, I feel like, is throwing in a tight end with my stack, because I don't feel very strongly about any of them. But he kind of turned it around last week after a rough week 1, so that was a good sign. But I'm not expecting him to be a stud or anything. So
that works. Yeah, like I mentioned, this is the team that I'm getting to the most, and I'm always happy when everything that I'm doing runs hand in hand with them being our top stack as well in our top stack tool. Ben, do you have any further thoughts in this game that you want to add on to?
No, I'd say 52.5 point total again. When we're looking at the slate as a whole, this is one that has a lot of, I think, equity to shoot out. It's got a lot of equity to really load up. It's just a matter, for me, the Detroit side is the one with more variables, just because we don't have the clarity. Like Dalvin Cook, if Minnesota runs for 200 yards today, Dalvin Cook's having a big day. If Detroit does, Swift probably has, obviously got a better chance, but it's not a guarantee. There's just a lot more that could go wrong within the positional scarcity of a team. So that's my big concern. But with that uncertainty, still a lot of appeal in this game. One of the better ones on the slate.
Could not agree more. Let's talk quickly about Richard Seagrave, Super Chat, Alex Baker. Any data coming for drafters pick'em props to Stokastic? 8-player props, 100-1 is juicy. Their lines look sharp, though. Alex, are we going to be having anything for drafters coming up?
Yeah, I mean, drafters are an awesome site. We did a lot of best ball coverage for them, or of their tournament. And if you guys got in on that, there's some big overlay, so that was a lot of fun. As far as pick'ems, yeah, I think there's a lot of sites that seem to be offering those, and the best place you can look for that data is on the projections, where we have each stat for each player broken down. So we don't have any tools in the works for drafters pick'em, but that's definitely the data that you could use to help inform your decisions.
So that's a great point. We do have while we do have the and I might not be drafters specific, we do have the underlying data that can help you guys out. And then we'll hit on Kyle Grove Super Chat quickly. Full PPR, need 2 of the 3 to start today. Jeff Wilson, we got Robinson, we got AJ Dillon. So we got Robinson against the Chargers. At my first glance, that's Wilson and Dillon for me. Ben, do you see that as well?
To me, it's you're choosing to sit Wilson or Dillon. I think is definitely in there to me. So it's one of the first two. I would give the nod to Wilson. So I Robinson would be third.
Okay, Alex, do you have any additional thoughts there? It's going to be full PPR. Wilson, Robinson, and Dillon. He needs to start two of the three.
I agree with you guys. I think Robinson, like, it's still kind of uncertain how much of the work he's going to get between him and Eytan. So there's the most uncertainty with him, in my opinion.
All righty. We got to talk quickly about the Stokastic Hall of Fame. If you crush it, we want to know about it. But we got to start at the top here. We need you guys to have our avatar as your picture on whatever site you're using. Easiest way to do that, go to stokastic.com/avatar. You can see it on the screen right there. Then tweet a picture of your win to @StokasticHOF. That's Stokastic Hall of Fame. That way, when you do that, we can offer you a free month of Stokastic Plus Platinum. There are terms and conditions here. You need to be in the top 3. The field size needs to be north of 5,000. If you chop with 200 people, we're going to be very happy for you, and we will acknowledge you. Might not be bringing a free month around for the ride there because it's just going to be a little bit easier to pick those up. But we have the ability to give you out a little bit of extra goods if you're willing to rep the brand. We got a lot of entries into the Hall of Fame as of late. Lots of updates here that we can touch on, including friend of the program that you don't ever see on any of these programs, the man behind the scenes, Eddie Lai. You generally see it on DraftKings as 1-800-EDDIE, but you see it as Eli 0430, picking up 1st, 4th, and 5th in the Monday NFL rush. So pretty solid day there out of Eddie. Always good to see. What else we got here, Jordan? Dr. Lucky 7 and another showdown, picking up the dub 7,800. Was that from this Pittsburgh game? Okay, so really enjoyed that defensive touchdown, if I had to guess, because that put him into that number 1 spot. Ridiculous game. Very happy that my parents were in town on Thursday and I did not play that slate. I mean, I would have been happy if it went well for me, but I also probably would have not gotten the good side of it. We also have Ben P picking up a $1,000 win from Rainmaker, which we haven't really talked about here at all, at least not on my end. Alex, are you messing around with the Rainmakers at all?
I've dabbled a little bit, but I haven't done as well as Ben P.
There we go. Jordan, what else you got for me here? Christopher Perello in the wiffle ball picked up a big number 1 spot. 58,000 entries in that contest. To be able to pick up a win there, always going to be very difficult. That's just a ton of entries to be able to get to the top. And then Colts fan picking up another W in the showdown quarter jukebox from that Pittsburgh-Cleveland game. What a ridiculous swing for everybody. And then we'd be remiss to not touch on another friend of the program who I believe is on the show after this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Matt Gajewski qualified for the college football final. Love to see it. And you love to see that nice Stokastic logo sitting next to the name. Now we're getting into another one here. We started off with some pretty good games. I feel like we're tapering off at least a little bit here. Houston at Chicago. The line is 3. The total is poor. Alex, we'll start on your side. We're going to go to the Chicago side to kick it off because if we're not talking Lions for you, we at least need to talk about the Bears. David Montgomery is really good. He's pulling an exceptional amount of ownership at this point for this slate. Is there anything else worth getting to other than David Montgomery?
Well, yeah, I think the Bears have been super run heavy this start of the season, and dang, it was crazy that I think they threw the ball about 15 times last week in a huge loss versus the Packers. So it really makes you question what the heck they're doing out there. But if they're running the ball that much and David Montgomery is leading 3-1 versus Khalil Herbert, then I think that's a great sign for his fantasy performance today. And they are a favorite versus Houston. You're not going to see that very many times this year with the Bears. So I think that Montgomery is a great play. And then this game is supposed to be somewhat windy. Otherwise, I could see maybe taking Fields, maybe getting Komet, and like after that, it gets pretty rough. But like I think there's potential there. I just with the weather, that's enough to make me want to go elsewhere as far as contrarian plays.
They don't call it the Windy City for nothing. I do want to loop back quickly. We got a super chat from Andrew Miller, and if I don't hit it now, the context is going to be lost. He said, based on the fate of the Lions, yet the Vikings being the number one stack, who do you come back with? So who are you looking to get in a comeback from a Viking stack on the Lions side? Alex, I'll start with you. What is your answer? And then we'll bounce it over to Ben.
Okay, could you, I missed the question here, sorry.
Who would you use from the Lions as a bring back on the opposite side of a Vikings stack?
I think Amon-Ra St. Brown's the obvious option, but yeah, Swift. Like I'm a little bit worried given Swift's carries last week that they're just like trying to like preserve him for the pass game, but we'll see. He's an option. Hawkinson and Chark are kind of tertiary options.
Ben, I assume the answer is St. Brown, but do you have an actual take outside of the obvious one?
No, I mean, unfortunately, I think that's the reality. I don't typically do this, but I do think there's also scenarios where Minnesota just absolutely smokes them and you don't bring it back with anybody. You could isolate basically everyone that stacks up. Minnesota is going to go to St. Brown or Swift or Shark. Some one of these guys is the bring back. Say Minnesota wins the game 38-10. You might not need the run back. I'd say that's unlikely, but not something to just rule out automatically.
All right, back to that Bears sitch for you, Ben. Is there anything here outside of Montgomery?
So the Bears, they can't catch a break. I mean, I don't think that their offense is as bad as everyone thinks, but they play in a monsoon. Now it's windy. Like Fields can't catch a break. And when you have 13 games, it's hard to try to hero Mooney or even Fields to a lesser extent when you can just go to other people in those same price points. So I like the Bears, over on Odd Shop or YouTube, which you should all be checking out. I do a ton of betting content over there, and I talked with the Odd Shop with Eytan and Lofty. I like the Bears in this game. I got it at 2.5, and I think they win the game, but I don't know if it translates to a ton of fantasy production. 39-point total. Montgomery, clearly the obvious and right option in this spot.
Yeah, Montgomery is basically all I have. The Bears, unfortunately, have the wrong St. Brown, so that doesn't seem all that interesting to me. I got a couple shares of Cole Kmet, but nothing really to write home about. This is a team that I'm not getting to a lot. Ben, when you look on the opposite side of this one, it doesn't get a lot more fun to look at for the Houston Texans, whether that's Dameon Pierce in the backfield, whether that's Brandon Cooks, who I legitimately feel has been in the NFL for 800 years and has played for every single team that exists. Other than Cooks, I don't have much here. This is a game that I don't see as all that appealing, and the total on the game speaks for itself. What do you see from Houston today?
Not much. I respect the Bears defense. I don't think Houston is that good of a team, even amongst the bad teams. Like, I think that they're actually running pretty hot to start the season. Cooks, if he's going to see double-digit targets when you're under 6K, that's always somewhat appealing, but that's about all I have to say. I don't feel the need. There's a lot of reasonably priced running backs. I'm not going to the QB situation. You could always play a defense when you're playing someone like Fields because they can't protect for him, but it's not a team that's worthwhile targeting, in my opinion.
We are on the same page. Alex, do you have anything interesting you would like to say about the Houston Texans today?
Sure. Yeah, I think the Houston, another team like the Lions, where they're often behind. So it looks like they pass a lot, but they actually do skew more towards the run in neutral game scripts. And Dameon Pierce got a massive rushing volume last week, so I'm kind of feeling like Pierce is your value option at running back this week. And a nice bonus is that like the amount of rushing yards Houston and Chicago have a negative correlation. So he's kind of leverage against Montgomery. So I think that Pierce is definitely playable.
Pierce, I'm a little bit limited to in comparison to the current ownership marks, but I just, outside of Montgomery, and Brandon Cooks to a lesser extent, but kind of a different play here. I just find it very, very difficult to want to be getting to any sort of skill position players. Is there any appeal to you then, Alex, for the defenses in this game, given the low total?
The Bears defense, I could see it because they, I guess I'd be worried about Houston defense, just given the passing tendencies of the Bears to not pass very much. So that's a negative, but yeah, I think that the Bears defense could be a decent one. They're super pricey though.
Ben, do you have any legitimate takes on the defenses here?
No, I mean, the Bears defense certainly makes sense. It's just a luxury spend. I don't look to pay up for defense a ton just because it's such a high variance position. If I had that money and I loved my team, I'd gladly play the Bears against what I think is a pretty overmatched Houston team.
All right, well then let's go to another game that honestly confuses me a little bit, and I'm excited to talk about it here. We've got the Kansas City Chiefs at the Indianapolis Colts. Chiefs are 5.5-point favorites here. We got the 50-point total, but we're not really seeing anything from an ownership perspective hitting this game. Let's start on the Kansas City side, where Mahomes basically unowned. Pass catchers, for the most part, really unowned. The backfield, basically unowned. Travis Kelce, unowned. What do you want to do with Kansas City, who's also not ranking all that well in our stack tool? Do you like the Chiefs today with no one touching them? Ben, we're going to go to you.
Okay, fine. I'll take it. I'll go. I was going to piggyback off Alex's hot takes here. Chiefs, when they're low owned, are incredibly dangerous. This is a team. How many times have we seen this story? And it's just like, oh, you check back, and it's just like, why didn't I play a Mahomes stack? The most obvious stack that there is.
Because he's throwing touchdowns to tackle eligibles.
That's the caveat. So unlike, we talked about Cincinnati, and we talked about Buffalo, and even Minnesota to an extent, we pretty much know where the big name's coming from. Yes, you have Travis Kelce, but he's extremely expensive relative to his position. He's just expensive overall. And then, of course, Tyreek Hill is not there. And now it's Juju and MVS and Hardman and Edwards-Helaire and McKinnon gets involved. It's very difficult to structure this team. Having said that, though, in what I think is going to be a competitive game, a very healthy total, I don't mind getting to this spot and just playing roulette with some of the Chiefs' skill position players. It's very difficult to project who the priority is, but that this is an offense that could produce 3, 4, 5 touchdowns. Maybe my guys can grab a piece. So it doesn't take a ton to get over the field here. I'm going to force in some Mahomes stacks and see what I can build around it.
Alex, what do you want to do here? Because in our data, they obviously aren't ranking all that great from a stack perspective. But then your brain looks at it and you're like, oh, it's Pat Mahomes. He might throw 7 touchdown passes today. It might be to 7 different receivers. But how do you reconcile that? Is this just not a spot you're going to be getting to based on our current data here?
Well, to be fair, I think they're 4% owned in the stack tool, and we have them about a 4 or 5% chance of being the top value stack of the week. So that looks like a pretty even figure. And for that reason, I think that the Chiefs are perfectly fine to stack up. Not a team I'm going to be necessarily going out of my way for, but the Kelce and Mahomes stack, obviously that's great because tight end is a little tough in general. So getting the best one, that's never a bad idea. But the other guys like Juju, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, and Cole Hardman, the points per dollar isn't great, but the prices on FanDuel are a little bit more advantageous than DraftKings that I'm seeing. Okay. So I think you could definitely throw one of those guys in as part of your stack and make a nice lineup.
Do you think the Chiefs are finding an inefficiency in terms of players with hyphens in their last name?
That I never considered, but Edwards-Helaire, Valdes-Scantling, Juju Smith-Schuster, you're definitely onto something.
Just remember where you heard it first.
As I say, Lofty never would have brought that up. I can guarantee. So
That's why this show has improved for week 3, because you get hot takes like maybe they're better because they have hyphens in their names. That's the kind of take you're not going to find anywhere else, folks, for good or for bad. I find this team so difficult to break down today. I have very small amounts of everything. On the surface, I just want to have them because there's not a lot of ownership. But at the same time, I don't know who to single out because everybody ends up looking the same, because I don't trust a single person to be the guy that gets you to where you want to be other than Travis Kelce. And at that point, you're paying the full freight at $7,900 for Kelce. Alex, is there something better than on the opposite side here for the Colts? It's Matt Ryan season in Indianapolis. But again, no real ownership coming in here. Maybe this is a shootout and they've got to keep up with Kansas City. Do you see anything that you want to get to for Indy?
Well, I think Michael Pittman being back, he had a fantastic week 1. He's pretty intriguing in a matchup that most likely Colts are going to have to pass more. And then Jonathan Taylor, like, man, they did absolutely terrible last week. So I'm kind of thinking Taylor, no one's going to have him because he did really poorly in that bad team loss. So he's more playable on FanDuel than DraftKings at his current price. But that's a guy that I'd be afraid not to have some exposure to.
Ben, is this a Jonathan Taylor day, or is Kansas City just out in front and all of a sudden you need Jonathan Taylor to try to save a $9K price tag?
So, last week it was, Jonathan Taylor, a lot of people, rightfully so, thought he was destined for monster things and it was non-existent. And it seems like there's such a bad spot for Indy. No one wants to pay that tag. And this is still a guy with a massive ceiling. So I get it. Just such an uncomfortable build. The opportunity cost for paying the quarterback's positions with all the guys not on the island games, not to take it too far in the abstract, but Thursday, Sunday night, and Monday night are not good teams this week. So we have so much power in quarterback. To pay up at running back really is difficult this week to get up to a guy like Taylor, particularly on DraftKings. Alex references FanDuel price, a lot easier to do it over there. So although I'd love to pay the $9,000 because I think there's scenarios it works, I'm not sure you can use him as the run back if you really stack up Mahomes, Kelce, and another Chief. It's almost impossible to make those lineups. And even if you do, you're probably using the same cheapies as everybody else that did that. So it's a tough sell for me with Taylor this week.
Yeah, I basically don't have Taylor. That never feels good because he's obviously talented. There's a reason he's got a $9K price tag, but I'm finding this game to be very difficult to want to get to want to stack up. I just don't see it. Is there anything? I don't see it. I don't think I have a single share. I have 2 shares of the Colts defense. I have 0 shares of the Chiefs defense. Ben, do you see anything defensively you would want to get to?
No.
Okay. Alex, do you see anything defensively that you would want to get to?
Probably not as well.
Okay, that works for me. All right, let's do a little bit of housekeeping quickly. Free content for today. There is none. It's Sunday. We have no free content on Sundays. You'll see it Monday through Saturday, however. So make sure you're watching every other show that we do so you can get a sneak peek of everything behind the paywall. We're at 666 in likes, which seems incredibly ominous for the rest of today. So let's go ahead and hit that thumbs up because that's a really creepy number. I'm not a Satanist. I don't really want to go any further with this one. 3,900 people in here, though. That I do like. Tell your friends. Text your aunt and uncle and grandparents. Let them know Stokastic's got a show going on, and it is way better than it normally is with no Dave Loughran in attendance. We got a lot of super chats that have also come in here, so I want to touch on them right now. I appreciate you guys for hitting me with the super chats. I'm going to mess up the entire balance of the show by getting all of these in here and trying to work them in to make sure that I get your answers. So we'll start with Choke Hold'em. Alex, your favorite 3 flex plays on FanDuel?
Wow, flex plays. All right. Russell Gage, he looks like he's really under-owned on FanDuel, so that one's standing out to me, and he's cheap. Austin Eckler, I'm kind of feeling like if, we're kind of anticipating that Herbert sits, and if he does, like, there's going to be a lot more rushing potential in this game. So I'm kind of thinking he's a good contrarian option. but now I'm saying it. I don't think he's top 3, so my bad. But
no worries.
And then Devontae Adams, I think he's a guy that he's coming off a rough week, and there's so many other great wide receivers that everyone wants. So I think he's going to go under the radar a bit.
Okay. Welcome to Team Stokastic, Lee. Thank you for joining us there. You also hit us with a super chat in Canadian money. So playing with Monopoly money on this one, although I don't really know the exchange rate right now, but I appreciate the toonie on this one. Pierce, Henderson, or DJ Moore. Ben, I'll give that one to you.
So without knowing, obviously like this, is it a tournament? Is it full point PPR? Things like that. I think I would go to DJ Moore. He's still pretty solid target share. They're at home, competitive game, and Henderson has to deal with Akers possibly garnering more. Not super sold on Houston as a whole. So by default, it'd be DJ Moore.
All righty. And then Greg Barker hit us with one. He said, looking for a cheap tournament running back, Pierce or Sanders. Alex, where do you see it here? Pierce or Miles Sanders? And I'm assuming DraftKings, by the way.
I guess Pierce. Sanders, it just seems like they love that committee there, and he's going to get vultured by Hurts a lot. So I think Pierce is a little bit higher. Well, I think they're both fine, but I'd lean towards Pierce.
All righty. Finally, Eric, Ben, this one's going to Dr. Ben. Lindquist gave me a fever for MVS. What would you prescribe? I mean, if Lindquist gave it to you, it's probably penicillin, but what is your actual answer, Ben?
Yeah, Xanax. I would, MVS, you kind of know what you're getting. We knew what we were getting in Green Bay as well. The floor is like 4, it's, if we're lucky, it's 0 probably, but he's got home run ability. He's in a high octane offense in a dome in a 50.5 point total. I think he's a very worthwhile one-off, or certainly a worthwhile guy in a Mahomes stack. So I'm okay taking that plunge today.
Just out of curiosity for the two of you, if we get this up to like 1,100, 1,200 likes, do we even need to bring Laffy back?
Well, Josh, you're the likes man. So like the problem is we didn't have you on that starter show, right? So like we didn't get that likes count up. But yeah, I feel like we need you to come in like on the deeper dive and just like sub in for Laffy like partway through the show, just so we can get that like count up.
Like a pinch runner.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, let's keep it moving. We got another one here. We got to go to my, I'm using that in quotes. The next 2 games that we're going to talk about are going to be my teams. This one is going to be the Saints, 2.5 point favorites in Carolina against my Panthers. I say my because I live in North Carolina. I have never seen them play a live football game. I don't plan on going out to Charlotte to catch a live football game, but we still got to talk about them either way. We'll start on the Saints side. Ben, I'm going to go to you. No Taysom Hill today, from what I gather, which is helpful because generally speaking, when I see that he scored a touchdown, it usually aggravates me. This is a team that's not pulling any ownership at all, whether it's Winston, Kamara, Michael Thomas in this case at 5,900, which just feels so weird to see his price tag be where it is. Do you like anything for the Saints against the Panthers?
I mean, there's not a lot to like, to be honest. They're a slight favorite on the road and a 41 point total. But having said that, it's not always about how much you like a player. It's how much you like them in relation to how much everyone else likes them. And nobody is really on the Saints. Winston's got issues. He's already hurt. But I'm okay maybe taking the plunge with a guy like Landry in the sense that he's at a very reasonable price tag. The target should be there. It usually brings a pretty good floor. And, if he scores occasionally, he's going to get you there. So it's stuff like that. I don't anticipate getting to like crazy stacks. But if I'm in the wide receiver room and I need a couple guys, Michael Thomas or Landry, I could click that. You've got Juwan Johnson as crazy salary relief at tight end, not in love with it. But there are pieces, even though the overall picture is not great for New Orleans today.
Alex, how are you seeing the Saints? They're ranking pretty well on our top stacks tool. I believe they are 7th at this moment. Top stack, the value looks all right. Their top stack odds are relatively low, but there's just no real ownership to be found here. Do you want to get to the Saints against the Panthers?
Well, it's a spot where I'm like, I don't know. But if they're high in the top stack tool, I'm definitely gonna take a second look here because okay, they've been pretty run heavy the first 2 weeks. One of the things I like about Taysom being out is that improves Jameis's touchdown equity because they seem to always want to give Taysom direct snaps. Maybe this year has been a little less of that, but that makes me lean more towards Jameis. He's dirt cheap on DraftKings, so I think that's why he kind of pops. And then it's a matter of who to stack him with. Juwan Johnson's kind of the obvious answer because tight end is a rough position and he's 2,900 on DraftKings. So this is like the makings of a super budget stack. And then Kamara, I think people might be a little hesitant to play him because he was out last week, but Taysom Hill being out also benefits Kamara. We saw him have 6 touchdowns not too long ago. Was that 2 years ago or 1 year ago? But anyway, I think that
It was Thanksgiving, right?
Was it?
all these years blend together. It's crazy. But
COVID ruined everything for trying to understand when things happened.
Kamara at 7K, like that's a very low price tag for him, especially on FanDuel. So I think that maybe Kamara plus Juwan Johnson, you got to stack, and then Michael Thomas and Landry, certainly not bad options either.
Let's just flip it to the opposite side. Ben, for the Panthers, is today a day that we get like a vintage Christian McCaffrey day?
I mean, I'm sure that there's going to be some days. It's kind of like Jonathan Taylor in that regard. Like these guys are priced where they are for a reason. He's still an elite player with a ceiling. I'm just not sure what Christian McCaffrey is going to be able to do if 5 targets becomes the norm and 15 to 20 touches becomes the norm, because a team like the Saints, it's still going to be very difficult to run against them. He needs 10 catches sometimes to really secure that with the lack of touchdown equity in a game like this. So I'm going to have to roll the dice again. And I've been getting away with it. No problem. Not really going to McCaffrey. I'm just not, you're looking at him or Devontae Adams, him or like elite top end talent. And I find myself going elsewhere. So it's not to say that Christian McCaffrey couldn't break the slate, but you kind of have to live with that. And I don't see myself getting there today. No.
Any Robbie Anderson, any of Stokastic favorite DJ Moore?
I'm not high on the Panthers. I think this is a team that is quickly crashing in multiple regards. So nothing more than some maybe GPP one-offs. And even at that, I don't like this matchup with New Orleans.
Alex, is it Christian McCaffrey season here, or is he just simply going to be a different person than we remember?
Well, I think the matchup does factor in here where New Orleans D has been pretty tough. So I think that even if we're not feeling McCaffrey this week, it doesn't mean we don't like him at all. But the playing time has been solid. He's been running routes on 70% of dropbacks, and he's run the ball about 3 out of 5 times for the Panthers. So not like out there every single play, but pretty elite workload for McCaffrey still. And for that reason, I think that he's a good buy low candidate. We have him at about 2/3 of the ownership of Dalvin Cook on FanDuel, and on DraftKings, he is 8% projected ownership compared to high ownership for some other guys. So I think that McCaffrey is a good contrarian play this week.
All right. Do you see anything else? Are you going to get to a friend of the program, DJ Moore?
Well, I think that McCaffrey being back definitely hurts more a little bit. And the other thing is Robbie Anderson's been getting a ton of targets this year. So more, it definitely feels like the data is pulling us farther and farther away from Moore each week. Only 16% target share for the Panthers so far. So I think that he's not a bad points per dollar play, but I think that we should distance ourselves from DJ Moore for the time being.
All righty. Well, Goody just hit us with a super chat that is going to be perfect for this transition. He said, Philly and Washington, my favorite game of the week. Over-under seems way too low. Thoughts for a DK GPP 20 max? Well, that's the game we're going to talk about now. Eagles, 6-point favorites against what would be my Commanders in this one, my childhood team at the very least. But neither team really ranking all that well. We are getting decent ownership coming into Miles Sanders, into Curtis Samuel. But Ben, we'll start it here with you. What do you want to do here with Philly in what seems like an okay spot, but just not a team that I'm getting to?
So it's definitely, I think, even more than an okay spot just because styles make fights. And Washington said this multiple times this week, 7.5 yards allowed per rush. That's not only worse than the league, it's significantly worse than everyone else. And Philly runs the ball at an extremely high clip. The problem with that is that it can burn the clock and it can really make it tough for like full onslaughts to get there, not to mention the deep rotation at running back. And you've got a quarterback that is a pseudo running back. You know, he's got incredible skills on the ground. So although I like Philly in this spot, it's a pretty healthy total. They're a sizable favorite. It's difficult. It's difficult to look to AJ Brown and Smith and not Goddard. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but it's just a situation. I want to get pieces of these guys. I just worry about exactly how much opportunity any of them get. You have to run hot. So tournament plays for sure. Miles Sanders is getting more ownership than I expected. I'm not completely fading by any stretch, but it did give me some pause because the Eagles have a lot of ways that they could score on the ground.
Alex, is this an over-owned stack this week?
Philadelphia or Washington?
Philadelphia.
Well, their number of stack I'm in love with because they are a run-first team. So, even though Jalen Hurts is kind of an awesome fantasy quarterback that kind of takes away from the receivers a decent amount, and people tend to overvalue receivers on these teams. But that being said, AJ Brown does look like a pretty good option. So, and Goddard as well. So I think you can make a nice stack here. Are they overowned? Well, let me pull up Philadelphia in the boom bust tool because that's kind of what I would look at. It looks like Hurts 10% owned versus 5% optimal. That definitely is a bad ratio, and that kind of pulls me farther away from a team that, I already think that it's tough for them to get there because they run the ball so much.
Okay. Guys, hit that like button. We're about 100 shy of 1,000. It's going to look a lot cooler when that number becomes a 4-digit number. Do you see anything better on the opposite side of this one, Alex, for my Commanders? Is it a Antonio Gibson day? Curtis Samuel seems to be pulling a little bit of ownership. Ultimately, this is just a game I'm not getting to as much as I would like to. I'm just going to cheer for Washington because I hate when Philly succeeds at anything.
Yeah, I think people may still be chasing Carson Wentz's week 1 performance. That was pretty incredible. But I think what Ben said about running the ball, taking time off the clock is an important factor here. And Curtis Samuel, though, he has been getting a great target share in the first couple of weeks at the expense of Terry McLaurin. So it's hard to know if that is kind of a fluke or what, but he looks like a good option. Besides that, I'm not seeing a ton of value here.
Ben, is it I almost said the banned word here. I can't use their dead name. That would be very bad. Do you have any interest in Washington today?
So again, it's some of the similar hesitations because Philadelphia has been awful at stopping the run. They're 31st in the league. So I get wanting to go to Gibson, but we've talked about this when you get to Ravens opponents. Some of these teams that chew up the clock, it really does hurt the outlook of the game itself. So although I wouldn't be opposed to landing on Gibson or one of the pass catchers, I don't see myself getting to Wentz and stacking. And I think the game environment, this could be one of the quicker games, just with a lot of time burnt off. Some playable guys, but not the best stacking situation.
Just to be clear for anybody that hears that, when you say quicker games, you mean the game itself moves very quickly because of running plays, not necessarily quick as in lots of plays.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. In the sense that there's a lot of time chewed up with two offenses that are more than content controlling on the ground, because both defenses so far have just not been able to stop any opponent's rushing attack.
This strikes me as the first game you see third quarter plays show up on Red Zone.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, where it's like they're in the third quarter and then you go to the Chiefs game and it's like end of the first quarter. It's going to be one of those, I think.
For sure. I'm with you there. Go Commanders. Eagles suck. I don't have anything else that I could possibly say. It would pain me greatly to ever cheer for them. So we're going to talk now about the sponsor of this show, as we're just shy of that 1,000 mark on likes. No House Advantage. This one's pretty easy to talk about here. One, we have the goods at Stokastic. Do you want just No House Advantage projections? You're in luck. We've got those. Do you want No House Advantage optimal lineups already generated for you? You're in luck. They're there for you. If you click the link in the description of this video, you'll get a first-time match deposit bonus of up to $50. You're picking player props and over-unders, but you're doing that on a confidence interval. So let's say your favorite is going to be worth 10 points. Your second might be worth 9, then 8, then 7. You're working your way down the line. It's a little bit of a different mechanism. We've got the Sunday kickoff. It's a $30K contest. It's $20 to get in it. 1,800 total entries in the contest. You get $15K going to first. 700 entries in right now. So it's going to be pretty close to filling at that point. It's 39% filled right now. Ben, I'm going to you. I hope you are ready. Do you have a favorite No House Advantage prop for today?
So it's a situation even more so than just giving out a prop. I kind of want to just speak to what you can do here, because I think that's honestly more important than just saying play the over on Miles Sanders or something like that. There are so many, I said this at the top of the show, there are so many questions that we are waiting for. When we get that information, the books are these props are going to jump wildly. But No House Advantage doesn't have the luxury of doing that. They're static. So when we get this information, take that and compare it to what happens in the sports books across the industry. And that is where the value will come in. So when we get these clarifications on all the numerous guys we're waiting for, the answers will be unveiled to you almost automatically in some way. So I think that's the best advice I could give with No House Advantage. That is where the edge comes in with our tools, is being able to really look at that and react off the news that other books don't allow you to do.
Guys, make sure you're getting into No House Advantage. Again, click that link in the description. You can get a deposit bonus of up to $50 and go to stokastic.com, because we're giving you everything that you could possibly want. Optimal lineups and the projections are at your fingertips. All right, we're going Raiders. We're going Titans. Raiders are slight favorites here in Tennessee. Alex, I'm going to start with you here. Tennessee, not a team I'm getting to all that much. Raiders, slightly different here, whether that's Josh Jacobs, who we don't really know the status of as of yet, or at least we didn't before the show started. Devontae Adams, obviously easy to get to every week. Darren Waller, generally easy to get to every week. What do you think about the Raiders today?
The word on the street is Josh Jacobs will play today. It's been kind of popping in the last 10 minutes. So that's good to know, because he looks like a fantastic option given his price at 5,400 on Draftkings, 6,500 on FanDuel, in a spot where they're favorites here. So I think that he's a great option. And then Devontae Adams is my buy low receiver, because other guys like I think Diggs is at a slightly lower price point, is going to like siphon so much ownership that Devontae Adams is not going to be one of the preferred options this week. And like we saw week 1, like what kind of upside he has. So he's going to be someone I'm definitely interested in this week.
Ben, the Raiders side of this one, Jacobs, if he's there, Adams, Waller. Or I guess maybe the bigger question, because I don't think it's all that interesting to say that like Josh Jacobs, Devontae Adams, and Darren Waller are decent fantasy plays each week. What happens if we just don't have Josh Jacobs?
In terms of he's ruled out, or we don't have clear. So if he's ruled out, obviously more people are going to consolidate around the situation with the passing attack. I don't think that it's going to lead, maybe it will, but I don't think that means that I'm going to play Brandon Bolden if that's what you're asking. Like, I think that it's probably a pretty murky situation behind him where we just don't have clarification and a lot of guys are going to get some touches. Having said that, if he does play, great matchup with Tennessee. They've been terrible against the run. I like Adams, certainly on the outside. I think his, when we zoom out, week 1 will be more the typical output than week 2 for him, where he had 17 targets and just absolutely rolling. So I'm not going to get to Carr as much. But I do like Las Vegas today, particularly their skill position players on the outside.
Everybody's just lighting me up in chat now. Did the Jacob news come out while we were on the show?
Yeah, it came out like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
There you go. Be surprised to know, guys, it's really hard to keep track of Twitter and do this at the same time. So I appreciate you guys letting me know. That's helpful. I don't have a question then for you, Ben, about whether or not Jacobs is out, because evidently Jacobs is in.
He is, looks like he's good to go. We'll obviously I guess we got full confirmation, but yeah, we're trying to judge it. Don't worry. We got your super chats too. Everybody calm down. They will be had. I know you got it under control.
Oh, yeah. Anthony, we'll get there. I promise, man. It's not an immediate thing. Otherwise the show doesn't exist. Tennessee, Ben, I don't really care for anything here. Obviously, it's always feeling good if you get Derrick Henry in a lineup, but I don't have much to say. This is a team that is I have the second least amount of my exposure going to the Titans. Do you see anything here?
No, not really. Derrick Henry's in, again, when you talk about 13 games, there's elite players that you simply can't get over on because of opportunity costs, and Derrick Henry would be one of them. I do have a little Titans defense. Not for any other reason than I think that there's a lot of scenarios where the Raiders throw the ball a lot and there's just ample opportunities to create something. I don't think they're particularly good, but I don't really care about that, to be honest. So it's a team we can save some time with. I don't have a lot to say.
I think there's a couple teams that we could save some time with coming up. Alex, anything here for the Titans for you?
Henry is kind of an intriguing option as a contrarian play. I do prefer McCaffrey a little bit, but the receivers, it just seems like they run the ball a little bit too much to make them pop. But Treylon Burks is someone I'm definitely tracking because it seems like his workload is going up every week. So if he gets up to a high snap count, he'd be a good play.
All righty. For my sanity, we are going to touch on Anthony's super chat. Thank you. I appreciate both of them, but it's hard to work these in just naturally. Said, you guys are handsome. Interesting start. I will send 2 chats. Allen Robinson versus Drake London is question number 1. Boy, oh boy, do we have something for you. We have a player compare tool at Stokastic.com that is perfect for these type of questions. But for now, I'm just going to go straight to Alex for the answer. Allen Robinson or Drake London?
Let me check the projections real quick. That's kind of the foundation of how to answer this. So Allen Robinson, we have at 11.4 PPR. Drake London, we have at 13.8. So obviously Drake London, kind of the alpha guy on the team, but a worse team, but still that's kind of adding up to be a higher number than Allen Robinson.
Like I said, we can go straight to Stokastic.com, drop down in the tools menu for our player compare tool. It is free for you guys. So if you've got 1v1 type questions, not that we don't want your super chat money, but you can get those answered a lot quicker if you just type that stuff in, shows up on the screen for you. And then he followed up with, let's see, Josh Jacobs saving $600 versus Montgomery. This is a FanDuel question. Being able to upgrade other positions. This is question 2. So Ben, would you rather have Josh Jacobs and save $600 or David Montgomery?
So honestly, it isn't not to hedge my answer, but it really depends on what you're upgrading to. I like both those guys quite a bit. If we have no injury concerns with Jacobs, he's in a great position. Tennessee's been gutted by the rush. I'd be happy saving some money and upgrading, but David Montgomery is one of the highest owned players on the slate for a reason. I think if I had to choose, I'd probably save a little money and look elsewhere, but you're not going to go wrong with either of those guys today.
Baltimore and New England. This is a relatively close game from a line perspective, 44-point total. Neither Baltimore nor New England is like 9th or something in our top stack tool, not exactly separating themselves from the pack. Alex, I'll start with you. What do you see here from the New England Patriots in this spot? Is there anything that you're really gravitating to?
I think there's some good value on the Patriots because of Jacoby Myers being out. that really leaves only three guys that are at wide receiver who are going to be a big factor, which is Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, and Devontae Parker. So I think those are all underpriced because Jacoby Myers was kind of the leading target getter on the Patriots, and those targets are going to have to go to those three other guys. So they all look like great values today.
Ben, anything on the Patriots side that's jumping out to you? I'm actually getting to a lot of Nelson Aguilar.
Yeah, I mean, as bad as this team, I really don't like their passing attack, and Baltimore's getting a little healthier in the secondary. The targets, though, they have to go somewhere. And as Alex talked, there's just limited options. So Aguilar in a volume situation for that price, you just don't see that often. And clearly, I think it's pretty obvious if Myers was playing, it would just be a totally different situation. So I get it. Not my favorite situation, but sometimes we have to play the hand we're dealt. And he's someone I've got into my lineups as well. Didn't expect that when I woke up.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it either. And he's sort of the guy that I'm getting most over the field on, just relative to the ownership, which isn't really all that sizable. So that stands out to me quite a bit. And thank you guys to getting us over 1,000 likes, 4,400 people too. This is a fantastic start. Don't forget, NFL Live Before Lock coming up when we finish this one off, which I don't know what time that's actually going to be at this point. On the Ravens side of this game, it shouldn't take, like, everybody gets how to roster Lamar Jackson. That usually feels pretty obvious. Is there anything else here outside of Mark Andrews that stands out? Ben, I don't like this team at all outside of Jackson and Andrews.
No, I mean, I think you can put Bateman in that conversation just because I still believe in his talent. He's got that upside, but Baltimore, Lamar's Lamar. They burn a lot of clock. They've got multiple backs they can throw out there. Doesn't scream shootout, but at the same time, I'm talking about the team that went absolutely nuclear last week against Miami. Different opponent, though. So I always love getting to Lamar because he can break the slate at any turn. But other than that, I don't see myself digging much with the Ravens today.
Alex, is this a Ravens day for you, or is this just I get some Lamar and that's probably the extent of it all?
I think after last week, like with that game with Miami and Baltimore, maybe people are gonna game stack this one. That'll be interesting to see. But I think that Mark Andrews looks like a great option. Like he's obviously the top guy target on this team. Lamar, I think, is a lot easier to stack up on FanDuel than DraftKings, given the salary structure there. So I think he's more a FanDuel play for me this week. And then Isaiah Likely on DraftKings at 2,800. Like if you really need a cheap dart throw, I guess he'd be in the mix.
He is likely to be in the mix there.
Oh, I see what you did there.
It's best I can do on something like this. Now we're getting into the goods. Here we go. Let's do this one. Jags are an undetermined favorite or underdog in this one, as are the Chargers on the opposite side, because this one's going to be fun. Are we going to see another stabbing on the sidelines for the Chargers? Are we going to unearth another quarterback today? I would not be trusting their medical team to be giving me any sort of pokes above the waist and below the shoulders, because you never know what kind of organs they're going to hit. What do we do here? Can we even talk about it? Ben, how do we manage this where Justin Herbert is a complete question mark, awaiting an injection, and the line on this game could go anywhere at this point? We have no idea what to do right now.
Yeah, we have no idea as to this. It's a late game, so be prepared to move some things around when we get clarification. If he sits, I'll take this game kind of on totality. If he sits, I think Eckler could get a lot of additional, check downs, and that could really help him with the floor situation. We need the status of Keenan Allen as well. It's still a solid team. They're still favorites even if he sits, so keep that in mind. Yeah. And on the other side, we kind of know what Jacksonville is in some regard. Robinson's been getting healthy touches, but they also destroyed the Colts. I don't know if we're going to see that here. You've got Marvin Jones. You got Kirk on the outside. Ingram as a cheap tight end conversation. So there are some pieces here, but we really do need the centerpiece, which is who will be under center for the Chargers.
Alex, do you have anything really here to add, or is this just a wait and see until we get this actual information? We might not have it up until 1:00. So I guess, how are you approaching this game?
Yeah, I definitely am not playing Herbert because it just seems more likely that it's going to be Chase Daniels starting. Just reading the tea leaves there. But I also feel like Chase Daniels, like he's not a very exciting play, but I wouldn't play him because you're gonna have to like possibly swap off to a different player once we get this news. So it's pretty much a fade for me. Like the main thing I'm thinking here is that if Daniels plays, which seems more likely, then they're gonna run the ball a little bit more. So I'm not gonna pick any receivers for the Chargers, and then also the touchdown equity is not as good. So pretty much a negative for everyone.
Is it interesting to you then to try to get to the Jacksonville side, who honestly ranks pretty solidly in our top stack metric? Is this a spot where we kind of see maybe everyone as a whole sort of avoids this game and there's a little bit of value on the Jaguars?
Yeah, I think everyone's super cheap on the Jags, so it makes sense. Kirk has been getting a ton of targets, and he has a huge salary for the Jaguars, so they have an incentive to just make sure that he does well. So he's an option I'm looking at. The guy that no one's on that I kind of am considering is Zay Jones, because he's been getting a pretty good workload, and he's kind of a home run hitter. So I could see him being a guy that comes out of nowhere to break a slate.
Ben, Jags today in this spot, kind of getting slept on?
I think you can make that argument. The tricky part about them is we've seen them in some like somewhat bizarre game scripts so far. So I'm interested to see what happens if it's just a normal game without anything like really ridiculous. With Washington, they were up and then, blew the game. With the Colts, they were up and never trailed, never gave up a single point. So I do think there are some things that are a little unforeseen, but that could also help them. Maybe Lawrence and these pass catchers can actually get even more volume than they've been getting, a healthy amount. So I do think to an extent they're being slept on, and I'm okay getting them into some of my lineups.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a ton here of the Jags. Most I've got is Marvin Jones, but I got a little bit of Zay Jones as well. The mostly filler. This game is just really weird. I know one thing. If I'm Justin Herbert and I'm on the sidelines, like it hits his mind how he got his job originally, right? He has to think, I cannot allow them to give me a pain-killing injection.
I mean, he's going to have to take one. Like, well, seriously, they have to. He's not going to. I don't think he's going to play. Just kind of a gut feel because the line dropped 3 points, and usually that doesn't happen on a whim. But we'll see. Obviously, we just have to wait and see.
The amount of jokes that are going to be made over this is it's staggering.
On my Twitter, I'm going to just mute.
This mute doctor,
I can't take it.
Apparently, the guy's being sued for malpractice by Tyrod Taylor too. So that's an interesting situation from an optics standpoint. But I think like what I saw on Twitter this morning is there's some concern that even with the injection, he just wouldn't be that effective. So the tea leaves are all pointing that he's going to be out.
Hard to be effective when your lung deflates. We go to Atlanta at Seattle, a game that I can't imagine wanting to watch a single second of. But, here we are. Marcus Mariota, Geno Smith, the matchup that everybody is just clamoring for. No real ownership coming into either side here. Alex, I'm going to start with you. Both of these teams are like dead middle of the pack of our top stack odds. What is the appeal here? Either side of it. You can go Atlanta, you can go Seattle. We obviously know what we get out of Lockett or Metcalf, but what is the appeal to this game if there is one?
Well, I guess Geno Smith hasn't been horrible as the starting quarterback for the Seahawks. So I think that maybe a contrarian stack you could look at is Geno plus maybe one of Lockett and Metcalf. And then Atlanta is definitely the more preferable side because Drake London's been pretty good. Kyle Pitts is the guy that everyone wants to buy in on low, and I think there's something to that. So this one, like everyone loves to stack up like the Buffalo versus Miami kind of game, but Seattle versus Atlanta, it has a chance to be a shootout. It might not be a high chance. So I think that it could be a slept-on game.
Is this a slept-on game, Ben? Do you see anything from the Atlanta or Seattle side that stands out, given that the fact that nobody's really talking about it?
It definitely has a chance. I think the tricky part is both these quarterbacks, more Mariota. He's got some design runs in him, and they're using him in kind of some gimmicky ways. And it does make it tough to really solidify some of the correlation you want with the pass catchers. But we talked about Drake London earlier via Super Chat, and Kyle Pitts, I'm not the only one saying this. I've been adamant he's going to have a big year. It's just been some rough matchups to start. So this could be the start of where this might be the lowest we see him price-wise in quite a while. So I do want to get there. On the other side, Seattle is a team that frustrates me perpetually because I strongly disagree with how they utilize Penny in the backfield. I think he should be a workhorse back, but he's not in games. Even when they're leading, they don't seem to give him the 25 carries that he deserves. I don't know what to really say about that. I hope it changes, but until it does, it's hard to ask him to really give you a ceiling performance because he just doesn't get the opportunities.
This is a game that it might as well not exist for me. I want it to be quiet. There's no volume that I'm getting to that is just going to have, I don't want to see really anything pop up. Just standard issue, non-80 yard touchdowns will be right as rain for me. That's where I want to end up as we move forward. Anything else in this one? We got two more to go, one of which is absolutely interesting to talk about. Ben, you good?
I am good.
Jordan, I think you and I should team up here and talk a little bit about the primetime promo, which we've got going on. You're going to put it up on the screen, I believe, which is incredibly helpful when we do these things. I'm going to filibuster a bit until I get back to the run sheet that I accidentally closed, because that actually happened. For $1, you can see it on the screen right now. If you use the promo code primetime, for $1, you can get access to our Stokastic Plus NFL tools for showdown and single game slates for a week. Now, it's the NFL. They are taking over basically every individual day of the week outside of Saturdays at this point. Don't be surprised to start seeing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday games in the future because they do enjoy their money. But you can get our showdown lineup generator, player and ownership projections, our Discord, the lineup builder. You can check that out for all the showdown and single game slates for a week, which you're going to hit 3 of those right out of the gate. Every week, you get that. You get that for Sunday Night Football, for Monday Night Football, and for Thursday Night Football. Fantastic deal. Try to find, I mentioned this the last time I did this read. If you need to find $1 in your couch cushions, good luck. I don't know if people still lose change in their couch cushions anymore, but maybe you can find it somewhere. Get a metal detector, go out on the beach or in the yard, just find a couple extra shekels, and you guys can get yourself this deal for $1 single. The fact that we got 4,500 people in here is pretty exciting. Honestly, 1,061 likes feels like a bit of a failure. I'm not exactly happy about it. We should be at 1,200. I don't like this ratio one bit. Hit that thumbs up. Hit it. If you don't want to hit it for me, and I assume most people don't, hit it for the boss man, Alex Baker. Hit it for Ben. Hit it for Jordan behind the virtual glass, helping us out a ton here. Now, let's get into one. We've got the Green Bay Packers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's a close one here. The battle of the Bays, I guess. Alex, you'll know this. Actually, Ben, you might know this too. What is the technical definition of bay?
Why would I know that?
Yeah, what kind of show is this?
I know about Moldova, not bays. Are you kidding me?
Ben, you know random things. Alex, you are just exceptionally intelligent in general. I assumed one of you were going to do this. I'm waiting for Jordan to chime in and have the answer, which I would have never expected. I just don't. What bay is in Wisconsin?
Well, Green Bay.
Correct. That's what I understand. I don't think that one's as true as Tampa. That's what I'm getting at. Doesn't seem to matter here. We're going to move it along. What are we going to do with Tampa Bay, Ben, who has Leonard Fournette just ready to soak up everything as one of the chalkiest plays of the day?
Yes, everyone on Tampa is hurt, including him, but he seems like it's just going to be something where he's always sporting a Q tag en route to 25 to 30 touches. They don't care And on a day like today, it may not matter. If he's out there, they have to give him work because everybody else is injured. So what's there to say? It's a great matchup. It's a great opportunity. He's going to be busy. He should get there on volume alone.
Alex, for you, we've got Lenny Fournette at the top of the heap from an ownership perspective, just going to be one of the highest owned guys there. But we also have the interesting spot of Russell Gage seems to be like the talking point du jour. We just got a super chat from Zoot, I believe, asking how much Gage you're comfortable having. What are you seeing with Fournette? What are you seeing with the rest of Tampa who are just walking wounded right now?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see if Julio Jones plays. But I guess you got Mike Evans suspended this week, so that opens up a lot of opportunities for the receivers. And Russell Gage seems to be in the perfect position to capitalize on this because he was ruled active as a Schefter overnight tweet, so I don't have any worries that he's going to miss today. And he's a guy that has been he was a pretty high target guy last year. I think he was on Atlanta. So I think he's a guy that's definitely primed to capitalize with the injuries. And then the other guy I'm kind of getting to that I wasn't expecting was Rashad Perryman, a kind of deep threat that got 78% routes last week. So he was on the field a ton. And he's gotten 8 targets on 40 routes so far. So pretty good target share so far. So I think that he might be a guy that hasn't really gotten people's radar yet that's worth playing.
Ben, you like this Tampa Bay team as a stack? Plenty of options. I just don't know if any of them are like great individual options.
Yeah. So not my favorite in that sense. There's definitely interest and I want to get exposure to Tampa, but I'm not sure on a slate like this. I mean, Brady's a virtual zero, so you're going to have to pair up a bunch of him around it. It's just so many different variables. It's a late game. Maybe some of that will unfold and there'll be late swap opportunities, but I'm more looking to say, okay, I'm going to take a piece of Tampa here or there than loading up on the Bucs today.
Do you want to load up on the Packers on the opposite side here? I mean, we kind of know what we get out of Aaron Rodgers, but without Devontae Adams there, this just feels like a very different team. Nobody's really pulling any ownership. You got value wide receivers. You've got this backfield that's very tough to make a choice between. What do you do with the Packers?
I mean, they kind of, to me, mirror the Bucs in a lot of ways. They got problems all over the receiving core. Sammy Watkins is hurt. Randall Cobb is, I think, sick. They've got Watson, who had dropped a sure touchdown in week 1, is injured. So there's just not a lot around there. They're going to lean heavily on 2 backs that cannibalize their production, and both are priced to the premium. Not to say they're not playable, but this is not a high-powered Green Bay offense right now. And so for that reason, it's very difficult for me to see clicking in Aaron Rodgers today.
Alex, do you want to click in Aaron Rodgers or any other pieces of the Green Bay offense?
So before I liked stacking against Tampa because they were a pass funnel, but to this point in the season, that hasn't really been the case. So knock against any teams playing against them because they are a tough defense still. But the team total for Green Bay is only 20, so Vegas is really coming in hard against the Packers here. And then the only guy that I could really get to, I think, is Romeo Doubs, who Sammy Watkins being out should open up some playing time. And there was a report that he would be featured this week at a greater level. So I think that he looks like a pretty nice option.
For everybody that's curious, the Green Bay Packers are dead last in stack on our stack tool right now. Just want to put that out into the public. So I don't think that we have a ton more that we really need to talk about from a Green Bay or Tampa perspective. Goody hit us with another super chat. I'm going to hit on that, and then we're going to finish off our final game before we send it over to Live Before Lock. You guys are just shy of that 1,200 like mark, which I love to see. Rams and Cardinals have too many options. You guys stacking or looking at one-offs for a DK GPP? Goody, you are quite the pro at this. Rams and Cardinals, the final game that we have to talk about. I appreciate you just lining them up. It makes it so much easier for all of this stuff. So let's do it right now. Rams 3.5-point favorites in Arizona against the Cardinals. Feels like a good game on the surface. Alex, I'm going to start with you, and we'll do it on the Rams side of this one, whether it's Stafford, Henderson, or the obvious guy to pay up for on most days. $9,900 Cooper Kupp. Can you justify that salary? How do you want to handle Cooper Kupp along with Stafford? What do you do with the Rams?
Yeah, I think the Rams look pretty intriguing this week. Yeah, obviously the top stacks tool is leading us there as well, because they throw at a high rate. They got a nice matchup versus the Cardinals, who definitely have the potential to keep this one interesting. So I think, and then you got awesome receivers like Kupp. You got Higbee, who's one of the top tight ends of the week. He's been getting a good route share so far this year. And let me just pull up the numbers. Like it seemed like last year he kind of took a step back from what we were expecting, but he's been getting 85% routes so far this year and a 26% target share. Definitely higher than we anticipate going forward, but still looks great. And then Allen Robinson, is someone I'm considering. The contrarian play I'm actually looking more towards too is Ben Skowronek with Van Jefferson on the IR. It's pretty clear that Skowronek is the guy that's getting that role. And he was out there 86% of dropbacks last week. I think he's just cheap enough that he kind of fits in nicely with the Ram stack.
Ben, we have the Ram stack as our number 2 stack today. Higbee's getting ownership. Kupp is getting some, but the price tag sort of limits him a little bit. His floor is just exceptional. Do you like the Rams today?
I mean, there's someone you can't really ignore, kind of in reference to what Goody was talking about in that super chat, that there's opportunities. I wasn't drawn to Stafford. The tricky part about it is if you play Stafford, you have to play Kupp. Like, I seriously don't know how you go with that stack without him, and it changes the dynamic of your entire lineup. So I get it. It's a good environment. Arizona gets in crazy games because they don't know what they're doing. And so I like that. It's just when you're allocating $10,000 for a single player, it really does have a ripple effect amongst the rest of your lineup.
Then on the opposite side, we've got Arizona. And as of right now, one of my favorite plays of the day, James Conner at 6,200. Relatively minimal ownership at this mark. He's one of the guys that I'm getting to a lot. Ben, what do you see here for Arizona as bringbacks against the Rams stack? Because you got to be wary of the fact that, if you've got Kupp, your salary is limited. Do you see Arizona as viable? Do you see them as a better stack than the Rams? Where do you land?
I don't know about better. I definitely think more against the grain within the same game, no doubt about it. So I wouldn't be vehemently opposed. It's just very difficult to nail down what exactly Kyler is doing. He seems reluctant to run at times. Connor seems to have the opportunities in either game script. He'll get some targets, certainly can get some carries. I like Arizona more for one-offs than the stack, though. Hollywood Brown on the outside, I think he's fine. Dortch has been a pay down option, price starting to rise. So I don't think it's a team that has too much unknown on it.
Alex, let's close it all out here. Where are you landing on Arizona? Not a team near the top of the list of our top stack tools, but if you are getting to the stack of the Rams, you may be looking for individual pieces on the bring back.
Yeah, I think Arizona has been running the ball a little bit more this year so far, so that's kind of a knock against stacking them. But it's a good thing for Connor, obviously. So I don't mind James Conner. But as far as the receivers, like Dortch, it seems like has been pretty effective. So he's kind of interesting. And Ertz, they just have the more favorable prices. Where I think I had higher expectations for Marquise Brown heading into this team, but he hasn't really produced yet. So it's hard to pay up for him.
Ben, final thoughts on the slate. Anything you want to get in that you haven't gotten in yet?
For the first 3 weeks, this one more than the other two. Be prepared, if you can be around, to make moves within your lineup at 4 o'clock. There are going to be information pieces that we simply don't have right now that would change how you would construct those lineups. you still have time to change and late swap. So keep an eye out as we get going. And of course, stay tuned because in the next hour, you're going to be getting a lot more information leading you up to lock with the fellas coming up next.
Alex, any final thoughts for the slate before we get out of here?
It seems like a good one to go a little bit against the grain, so it should be a lot of fun. And guys, as always, really rooting for you guys to have some big wins today. And if you do, let us know. And good luck.
There we go, everybody. NFL Deeper Dive in the books. Thank you for joining us. Do not go anywhere. This stream is going all the way up until 1 p.m. because for NFL Live Before Lock, we've got Matt Squared going on. Matt Savoca, Matt Gajewski coming up next. Hit the like button in the interim. Stay here. Good luck. All that stuff. We'll talk to you later.
Greg Ehrenberg from OddsShopper here to bring you the best bets from Sunday Night Football. We've got a game between the Denver Broncos and the San Francisco 49ers. Two teams that have struggled a little bit out of the gate, but Sunday Night Football, primetime game. Going to give you guys who I think is going to win the game and also break down a couple of other bets that I like. So do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, leave a comment below. Let me know who you think is going to win on Sunday Night Football. And it's a tight game. The spread, only 1.5 points. So close to a coin flip. And I want to know if you guys have a strong lean on either side. And then I'll be curious to tally some of those up. If we get a decent number of responses, see maybe the chat is really leaning in one way or another. Maybe you guys agree with me. Maybe you don't. But it's all the same. And I like to hear what your guys' thoughts are on the game. So let's break it down right now. These are the best bets for Sunday Night Football. So to start us off, picking the winner of the game, I'm going with the Denver Broncos and taking them plus 1.5 points. Now, whichever you guys prefer, it's not all that different. You could take them at plus 100 to win outright on the money line, plus 1.5 points. I'm going to side with the plus 1.5 points, but there's not a real major difference between the two bets there. And, you know, when it comes to the Denver Broncos, I think there are a lot of concerns about Russell Wilson right now in terms of he has not looked good his first couple of games with Denver. He's getting to be a little bit older. And last year, Russell Wilson struggled, but I think we were really able to chalk it up to he had a finger injury. He had surgery. He came back sooner than expected. He played well before getting hurt. And then there was some thought of like at the end of the year, is his age catching up to him? Is it the recovery from the finger surgery? Is it a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B? So now with him starting off struggling the first couple weeks of the season, it is reasonable to think maybe Russell Wilson's best years are behind him, which to be clear, I'm kind of leaning that way as well. But I don't think he's as bad as he's played in the first couple weeks of the year. I do think we're going to see a little bit of a rebound for him. And it's not like the 49ers are a team that have looked great out of the gate either. They went out and they kind of made it seem like Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't going to be welcome with the team this year. But
We are live before lock. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Stokastic DFS channel. We are talking the week 3 main slate. My name is Matt Savoca, and it's the Mats today. Eric is off somewhere in Northern California, apparently like boating himself into objects, dropping his phone into lakes. So he's unavailable. So you get the law firm, as he likes to call it, Matt Savoca, and of course, our college football and NFL expert, Matt Gajewski. Follow him at Matt_Gajewski. How are you today? Welcome to week 3, man.
I'm doing great, man. This main slate is loaded. There's tons of great games, high scoring game environments. It should make for really fun stacks and DFS and just an overall awesome viewing experience. So I'm pumped for this week, man. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. I saw so much love coming in already on the chat, obviously, and on Twitter, everywhere else, for the work you do over on the college side. People getting some huge wins over there. If you're not following him, you're missing out. And yeah, Matt and Matt in the morning, as producer Ty says in the chat. So we got a lot to dig into, and we're very thankful to our sponsor. We'll shout them out right away. No House Advantage. Got a huge amount of overlay over there. We're going to shout them out a little later. But we got a ton to dig into. We got to start with the actives and the inactives, and we got to talk about some of the 4 o'clock games because there's some key decisions we need to make. So first and foremost, the thing we ask right off the bat,
any inactives that surprise you or change the way you're building the slate today within the last hour or two?
There's actually a few, and it's kind of tough to navigate because some of these guys, we don't know necessarily how healthy they are. And last week I got burned by that a little bit with DeAndre Swift. So when guys are coming in a little under-owned, even if they're banged up, but they are active, I'm trying to play a little more of them today. One guy in particular is J.K. Dobbins. Now, he doesn't project very well. It's probably still a timeshare. He's coming off a significant injury, but he's the only running back with any talent in that room. So even if he's used at a limited capacity at his price, I want to take some shots on him, especially considering how bad the running back slate is. I think you can say the same thing with Kamara, even though he's in a price range that's a little bit higher. And he didn't have great week one usage. I'll point that out, but he might be their best offensive weapon at this point with Jameis Winston playing erratically. Those are two of the bigger ones. One that did change builds a little bit, and I would love to get your take on this, is Jakobi Meyers. I thought he would play. We got that news a little before inactives, but I guess we can kind of include him in here. We might be punting at receiver today. There's some really gross guys down there. Does that change anything for you?
Honestly, I think we were feigning a little bit of certainty with the New England Patriots going into this one, even with Jakobi Meyers. You know, I do like Jakobi Meyers from an opportunity standpoint. I was seeing the stats that were leading us to him, but they, you know, it's a cliche, but it's true. They have a mouths to feed problem if you're trying to guess from a DFS perspective. And do you really want to play multiple lineups if you're, say, entering 15, 20 lineups in a weekend that cover all your bases with the New England Patriots? I guess we saw the Miami Dolphins defense torch the Ravens, but something tells me that is not the points I want to be chasing, going after the Ravens secondary. But I think it's important to mention that J.K. Dobbins is active, but also that Kenyon Drake is inactive. So they believe that Dobbins is ready for a typical workload. So I like the idea of going there. We also have Gabe Davis active. Good to see for the Bills offense in general, because that game has some shootout potential, especially with the defenders who are going to be out in the secondary for the Bills. As you mentioned, Alvin Kamara and Jameis Winston in New Orleans active. DeAndre Swift and TJ Hawkinson active in Detroit for a game we're hoping shoots out. At least my lineups are. Anything else you want to get to? I guess Josh Jacobs too. We got the news that he's active, flying separate from the team so that he doesn't get them sick, but it seems like he will play. Are you high on Josh Jacobs now that we know he's active today?
He's not really a player I like too much to begin with. With that sort of New England West mentality, you're going to see Brandon Bolden, Amir Abdullah, a slew of other players active. But you can always take the stance that no one's going to play Josh Jacobs. It's just typically, even when he's fully healthy, he's not really a guy I get too much anyway because of the lack of pass catching upside and just the natural rotation that Vegas implements at the position right now.
I will say, again, small sample size. I understand the season is early, but Tennessee, the opponent for Josh Jacobs, 31st, second to last in Football Outsiders rush DVOA. So again, small sample, but it does seem like they might be able to, from a matchup perspective, Josh Jacobs looked okay. Again, I kind of agree with you, Matt. It's not something where I must get to it. Although I was looking at Fantasy Cruncher today, and unless you make some tweaks over on DraftKings, you are going to be getting to a lot of Josh Jacobs. He looks good from a medium perspective. I think that kind of hits it for the inactives and the actives here. Oh, you're getting some love already. I see a super chat coming in. Just lost it. Here it is. And oh man, Anthony Davis giving you $100. Matt G, look at this, man. Just want to show love. I banked CFB yesterday on FanDuel, and it's because of this man's deep dive content. If you're not following him, you'll just keep donating money on Saturdays. Thanks again, bro. Thank you, Anthony and Matt. What did I tell you, man? Thank you for the love, and you deserve it, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, at least our subs won, because it definitely wasn't me. But Anthony, he's been a long-time supporter. Congrats to you, man. You're giving me some credit. You're the one that put in the work and built that lineup. I know you took down 15K. That's super impressive for college. And you got to some really awesome contrarian plays. So congrats to you, man. You deserve it. I know you put in the work.
So cool. And people always get it. This is such a thing we see in chat all the time. And not today as much, but like we start to tout players or just get on to the way that we're seeing the slate. And people go, well, now that you guys are seeing it that way, I'm doing the opposite. Why would you think we find that offensive? That's a great way to use this show. You say, okay, this is the most likely thing. We talk about the most likely or the second most likely thing and how we're going to do it. And you say, okay, I'm going to zag because they're choosing to zig this way. It's a great way to go about things. And obviously, when you're talking about the in-depth research that you put in on the college side, you're able to see different scenarios, different tributaries, the way the game could flow differently than others. Cool stuff. You want to get to the quarterback?
Yeah, man, let's do it. It's a fun position today.
Let's roll. Yeah, it is a fun position because we got Mahomes, we got Josh Allen, we got Lamar Jackson, we got some people in really interesting spots, but let's start at that top of the salary tier. I mentioned the big three, Jalen Hurts in there, Kyler Murray. I mean, you name it, you got some great quarterbacks. Who are you gravitating towards in the top tiers of your lineups right now?
It's really hard not to stack Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. These guys are awesome plays. The one thing I'll say before we even dive into the position is value is sparse today, especially at receiver. We do have some, but it's of the Brashad Perriman, Romeo Dobbs, that variety, like your very volatile variety. Wouldn't be surprised if those players like drop 2 points in your lineup type value. So immediately stacking these guys is a little challenging, but at the quarterback position, we're not seeing heavy ownership on really anybody. And because of the challenges in lineup building, I'm going to try to take some stacks of just the best plays. Mahomes, Josh Allen. These quarterbacks all have enormous ceilings. And if they play to the high totals in this game, we have a bunch of high total games. I think it's going to be hard for these thin GPP options to chase down guys like Josh Allen. And there's contrarian ways to build around him. Like, yes, Steph Diggs is one of the best plays on the slate. But if you want to build a contrarian stack with Josh Allen, you can very much do so with Gabe Davis and Dawson Knox, who surprisingly to me isn't getting a lot of ownership. I know he's coming off the injury report, but all this to say, on slates like this, I am prioritizing the studs. Josh Allen, even though he's the most owned quarterback per our metrics, it's sub 11%. You can certainly build around him. And then you're telling me Mahomes is going to come in sub 5%. Going to have some of him all day.
He's the one where I'm like, this is wrong, guys. 3.5% ownership on DraftKings expectation right now. Patrick Mahomes against the Colts, who, spoiler alert, have not been good defensively so far this season. They get a bunch of playmakers back on defense. That's a huge point we need to make. Buckner's likely to play. Leonard's likely to play. And that definitely makes a difference. But I still think Patrick Mahomes has a great ceiling potential, slate breaking potential here. Jalen Hurts is that player, significantly cheaper, and by relative standards, like $600 in salary, where I think he has slate breaking upside against a Washington defense that exactly zero people are scared of.
That's a bad defense. That's a bad defense.
And I know that they're giving up yards on the ground, but it's not like Jalen Hurts can't take advantage of the fact that they're giving up over 7 yards per rush attempt this season. Jalen Hurts is in the optimal lineup more than his expected ownership right now, or actually it's changed recently, but it's razor thin, and to the point where like his ceiling game is just different in that Josh Allen territory. Not every week is going to be like Monday night where he was just putting on a show against a Minnesota defense that looked completely inept, but he's playing a defense that is sometimes completely inept here. I don't know. I feel like you get all the upside of Josh Allen, and you can also stack him with AJ Brown, who's not getting a lot of ownership here. I think that is a really solid stack today, and one I'm going to be gravitating towards.
I'm going to be playing some Hurts too. I honestly don't really have much to add. You laid out everything that I've really taken into consideration here. I do think stacking him is going to be a little contrarian. People do play him naked, and we know he has options to use. If you want to get really off the board, you can always play a Goddard or a Devontae Smith, but AJ Brown has that pure slate breaking potential I'm really looking for at wide receiver. And plus, on the other side, like if you're looking for run backs, Washington's just throwing the ball. They're airing it out, and there's players at every price point for that team. You could even use like a contrarian Logan Thomas and tight end if you want to. So there's a lot to like with Jalen Hurts here. The only thing I think you can poke a hole in is, you pay a little bit more and you get Josh Allen. But so to me, like, and this comes down to our ownership metrics. So it's like Josh Allen, if he's going to come in sub 11%, in more of my lineups, would I rather not just go up to get him. It's kind of about the alternatives because he got priced way up after, 2 really productive games. Now he's playing awesome football, but it's really nothing against Hurts. Like it's nothing Hurts did negatively. It's just what can I get by paying a little bit more?
It's nothing Hurts did to Hurts himself. Sorry, I couldn't. So one thing I will say, if you're using Fantasy Cruncher, I actually did what I have called the Lamar carve out, where because of Hurts rushing upside, usually I'm trying to play some sort of game, my quarterback within some sort of game stack. But because I'm building my lineups for small stacks and mini correlations within my lineups, I want to carve out chances for the optimizer to grab Hurts like it grabs Lamar Jackson with 0 players from this game. Now, I think the shootout potential is high. We just laid it out, especially Washington defensively is going to do all they can to make this game an offensive explosion game. But I do think because of the true ceiling for Jalen Hurts being the fact that he rushes for, 2 touchdowns, 100 yards, something like that, and not necessarily airing it out. I mean, it looks like he can this year. I do think I want to have that carve out if I'm using an optimizer today. Any other things you're pointing out, the top tier, the salary, and let's go to the mid tier because there are some options that are popping in our tools.
Yeah, I think we hit on just about everybody I'm really looking at in the top tier. The mid tier is really interesting today. And like we talked about earlier, you're trying to find guys that have the potential ceiling to chase down these top guys. I mean, we should at least briefly mention Lamar Jackson, I think. The only reason I'm not getting as much of him, it's just a bad game environment. From a price adjusted projection, you're looking at more Allen and Mahomes and Hurts. So he's just not quite at that same ceiling, but he always can break the slate with a 100-yard bonus on the ground or a 300-yard bonus in the air. So I just want to at least say his name.
Yeah.
But in this, I feel like we have to.
Mm-hmm.
But in this mid-price range, sorry, you can go ahead if you have something to say on Lamar.
Yeah, I just want to point out to super chat. Savoca. I'm sorry, I may have ruined that name. Thanks so much for the super chat. I want to urge you to check out the Stokastic Fantasy Football channel because they're going to answer all your sit questions. And you can also use our player compare tool. Jordan, if you want to shoot that into chat. Thanks for the super chat. But for season-long fantasy football stuff, we just want to get to the main slate DFS stuff. And definitely head over there because Nick Lepre is streaming at the Stokastic DFS channel right away. Okay, in these mid-tier options, Kirk Cousins really, really popping in our tools. An optimal lineup percentage above 10% just because of the game environment, again, playing a Detroit defense that can't stop anybody and a Detroit offense that's currently ranked top 10 in the NFL. Shootout environment. Joe Burrow is playing the Jets. Matthew Stafford is playing one of the worst defenses in the NFL right now in the Arizona Cardinals. We mentioned Carson Wentz, same game environment as Hurts. And then lastly, we got Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady on this slate, and nobody gives a crap about this game because of the wide receivers just not existing for either team.
I like Cousins. I think bringing him up is very important here. So the reason I'm not playing a ton of Lamar is that in a vacuum, I guess I just should say straight up, Kirk Cousins projects for more raw points than Lamar Jackson. It's crazy to say, but you're just getting incredible savings by going down to Cousins. Now that does come with some ownership today. I think he's viable in cash if you really don't want to pay up for Allen or Hurts. Those are really the 3 quarterbacks I'm looking at. I prefer the ceiling you get on the ground with Allen and Hurts, but if you found a lineup you really liked with Cousins in it for cash, I wouldn't be opposed to playing it. But there's plenty of GPP options down here to pivot away. Joe Burrow being one of them, leading the league in sacks taken. The Jets have a decent pass rush. I'll say decent, but there's a lot invested in the Cincinnati offensive line. I think they get better, and Burrow's already overcome this. Last year, their offensive line was basically in the same position, and Burrow overcame that for plenty of ceiling games. We know the weapons are fully healthy. I think you're going to get reduced ownership on all of them today. So I think they're fine. With Wentz, I'm a little worried about the defense he's facing. Philadelphia, I think you could argue it's the toughest defense he'll have faced this entire year. Got a great pass rush and should put some pressure on him. And then you mentioned the Rodgers-Brady game. My worry there is not only the receivers banged up on both sides, but slow pace. Green Bay is already playing really slow. The offensive line for Tampa Bay is in shambles right now. I don't know if I've ever seen that many injuries for one potential just like group of players on the field. Like that cluster of injuries on the O-line could be debilitating. We've already seen it affect the efficiency of Fournette, who we'll get to. And then the last guy I want to mention is Tua. Do you think he should be priced up a little higher here after what we saw last week? Buffalo is playing, I don't even know some of these guys in their secondary, and that's saying a lot because I cover college football. Like, this has shootout written all over it. I kind of think we can go right back to Tua.
Yeah, I think it's good. There's going to be some reductionist thinking, right? It's going to be Tua scored 6 touchdowns. He can't do it again. I'm a fish if I play them. But Poyer and Hyde are not walking through that door for the Buffalo Bills secondary. They also have
Norris Tre'Davious White.
Yeah, they also are going to be down their center today too in Buffalo. Not to say that they're an unbelievable team. They've been stomping on people's throats through 2 weeks, but I do think the firepower is there for this Miami offense to go back there. Are we going to project 6 touchdowns ever? No, but the ceiling potential absolutely there. And our boom bust tool right now, he's got a boom percentage at 6,100. Obviously, that percentage takes into account his salary of 7.8%. That's higher than players like Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. Again, that is outpacing salary-based expectations, not necessarily outpacing from a raw scoring perspective. Yeah, I like stacking up this game, the shootout potential here. I want to get to some super chats. Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate you. We got a ton of you hanging out here. Over 4,400 people watching. Make sure to press that like button too. D. Owens, break down the $18 running backs on Yahoo. That's Montgomery, Jacobs, Dillon, and Penny. Probably Montgomery is going to look best from a value-based perspective, actually significantly better than Jacobs for us. But because we have Montgomery, again, this is more of a floor play of like 14.5 points. From a ceiling standpoint, if you can get up to Antonio Gibson, I actually think he's in a decent spot. I'm not sure I love A.J. Dillon or Rashad Penny's spot from a slate-breaking perspective in DFS on Yahoo, D. Owens. And then Liker says, I'm trying to use the lineup builder and my build projects 140 points. I hear I need 225 to have a chance to win big. How do I read the lineup builder? No, not a dumb question at all. So you're thinking of a ceiling outcome of 225, but we are projecting a median projection, a 50th percentile projection, meaning we sim the slate over 100 times, 1,000 times, whatever the number is, and then we give you that 50th percentile, that most likely middle of the road outcome. The people who win get the upper percentile, the 99th percentile outcome. And so what we want is the highest possible median projection while still having uniqueness for the field we want to be in. And depending on the size of that field is how we change that number. Hopefully that we get there, but we got to move on to the rest of the quarterback. Let's go dumpster diving. Anyone at the bottom part of the quarterback position where you're saying, well, the salary is low enough where I'm taking a chance here. We got, I don't know, Justin Fields, Mariota. There's some ugly spots here, but there's some rushing upside, I guess.
The only 2 guys I really am interested down here are Mariota and Derek Carr. Derek Carr, as far as price adjusted, he's fine. Not mobile, that's an issue, but Tennessee's defense certainly hasn't scared you to this point. I think they can also win on the ground, which is why I'm a little concerned with Carr. Maybe they just choose to ride the run game. They'll be without Renfro today, so that's a little bit of an issue, but you still got Devontae Adams, Darren Waller. They can certainly win through the air. I'll say him as an option. And then Mariota, he's somewhat mobile. That's not a consistent thing with them, though. They don't always use his mobility. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So if you're trying to find a true ceiling, I'm not sure if he has it, but if he does rush in a score or something like that, maybe just from a price adjusted standpoint, he could be the avenue that gets you to like Cooper Kupp or something that breaks the slate. So I'll say those 2 guys. And for the rest of this group, I mean, what are the chances like Trevor Lawrence or somebody chases down, like not just a ceiling from Josh Allen, but we have to fade ceilings from Allen, Lamar, Mahomes, Hurts, Herbert if he plays, Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow. Like, I don't think Trevor Lawrence is going to chase down all 6 or 7 of those guys. Maybe a couple, and if this was a shorter slate, sure, but the ceilings for those players are just too high.
That's a great point. By playing in a tournament, by playing the low salary options, you're saying that player from a value perspective is not only going to hit, but all those players you're fading are not going to have slate breaking scores as well. You got to get 2 things right instead of 1. Not saying it's impossible, but it's more improbable. The one thing I will add about Mariota that kind of makes me intrigued to go there, to actually make that bet. So far in the young season, number 3 among all quarterbacks in total carries and 3 in carries per game, as you would expect. Number 1 in red zone carries per game. He's scored once already. I do think that Seattle defense is nothing to be scared of. It could all implode. That's why they're low salary options. But, I think it's a situation where there is some floor and ceiling for him there. Anybody else you want to hit for the quarterback position, or do you think we're safe to move on?
I think we're good. If you have a question, throw it into chat and we'll touch on it.
We didn't really talk about Joe Burrow, but Joe Burrow plays the Jets today. And I think the analysis for most people can be done there. It's viable for sure. The ceiling potential is there. From a expected fantasy points, a raw opportunity value standpoint, all of his receivers look great. Joe Mixon looks great too in this matchup as well. So Joe Burrow is definitely a player I want to give one shout out that I definitely am going to get to as well. Guys, we got some awesome stuff going on over at Stokastic right now. If you haven't checked out the new tools over there, the player compare tool is the best 1v1 and 2v2 tool that we've ever offered. We have the lineup generator tool that's expanded from Draftkings, FanDuel, and it's going to Showdown as well. And there is also an awesome offer. Promo code PRIMETIME right now can get you access to all of our Showdown slates. It's starting tonight, Monday night, Thursday night. You get $1 access to all of our single game content for only $1. Premium content and tools for NFL DFS for all Showdown and single game slates, including the ownership projections, top plays, lineup builder, and our expert Discord. Offer valid only through September 29th, but get in there today so you can get in there for the Sunday night, Monday night, and of course, next Thursday. We move it over to the running back position. One of the easiest ways to get contrarian in this slate is to just go heavy salary running back. But I actually think paying down at the running back position is somewhere I want to go. Let's explore both options. At the top, we've got some familiar names, right? Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry, all of them super viable in my opinion. Any favorites up there at the top?
I'm with you. I'm not playing a ton of these guys today. And the rationale comes down to playing 1 or 2 of Taylor, McCaffrey, Henry. You need to fade Kupp, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. Name the expensive receiver of your choice. You're probably fading them if you're playing one of these guys, let alone 2. So that immediately is going to be problematic on a PPR site like DraftKings. But the ceilings for these players are enormous. Jonathan Taylor, we've seen his ceiling multiple times. Derrick Henry's going to come in really low owned. He's had a terrible year, but he's playing Vegas. Vegas is pretty good in terms of pass rush, but I think they could have some success. The worry with Henry at this point is that Tennessee offensive line is atrocious. They just lost Lawan, and he was really their only good player to begin with. So I have concerns with Henry. He's still not involved in the pass game. McCaffrey is just priced at a point where, again, you're taking on a lot of opportunity costs playing him, but he's still really involved as well. My favorite up here is probably Dalvin. You save a little bit by going to Dalvin. He's playing Detroit. They've not really put up any semblance of a run defense to this point. They're favored in the game, high scoring game environment. He's involved everywhere. So I think he's my favorite. But ultimately, I'm kind of with you. I'm not getting a ton of these guys. If you're playing like cash or something, you're not playing any of them. And then for tournaments, again, it all comes down to that opportunity cost. You're probably punting a quarterback and multiple receivers if you're playing 1 or 2 of these guys.
To be honest, I think there's going to be a lot of people in tournaments who go with the value running backs we're about to get to, one of the 3 big names, and then one of these top tier running backs because they found a way to sneak them in, and then one of the top tier wide receivers, and then their quarterback stack of choice. I think that's going to be a very popular way to build. So we all know how Derrick Henry gets there. We're already seeing some people saying Derrick Henry will break the slate today. Can Derrick Henry score 2 touchdowns and run for 150 yards like vintage Derrick Henry against the Las Vegas Raiders defense, who ranked 22nd so far this season in Football Outsiders rush DVOA?
Yeah, he can
100%.
do that against anybody.
He can do that against anybody. Exactly. But is that the way I want to play my lineups if I say I only have 15, 20 that I'm playing today? maybe one or two will be built around that type of narrative. It's possible, but it may be one of those narratives that I can't get to if I'm only building a handful of lineups today. Absolutely possible. I do think Dalvin is really, really interesting. Again, salary savings, and also, as you mentioned, Detroit's defensive front just an issue. They're 26th in the NFL in points allowed per play. So they're getting gashed for explosive plays as well. It's a situation I'm definitely going to chase on the ground. So, and then we got to get to this next tier, which is really the slate defining decisions, right? Because we have these mediocre running backs, in my opinion, who are getting really boosted in ownership because their median projection compared to salary-based expectation looks okay. I'm talking about Leonard Fournette, talking about David Montgomery, Josh Jacobs you can throw into there. These people are going to be very, very popular. And if you look at our optimal lineup percentage in the Boom Bust tool, they're definitely popping as well. But how often are they breaking the slate? Are they getting that 35-point score? Are they putting that fire emoji next to their name in the app? Like, do I really need to get to David Montgomery, Josh Jacobs, or Leonard Fournette against the Packers?
In cash, probably, just because they project really well across the industry. Like, fading these guys, you're not only betting on like projections being wrong everywhere, but you need to then be right. So it's another like two-way street. I think you just play them in cash, not because you really love them, but because they're just straight up the best price adjusted values. Now, in terms of tournaments and upside, I have a lot of questions just like you. Green Bay has a good defense. Leonard Fournette is playing for a team with no offensive line right now, no weapons, so teams can key on the run. You're not scared of Russell Gage. Julio, if he plays, we don't even know. And then outside of that, we're talking Scotty Miller, Brashad Perriman, fringe NFL players, like practice squad caliber guys for certain teams. That offense is broken right now. And against Green Bay, who's going to play slow, you can poke plenty of holes in Fournette. He's just in cash because of the projection. And then David Montgomery is similar. What you would say with him is luckily they play Houston. So that game environment is probably the best Montgomery is going to face all year. He's a guy, non-explosive, but he does handle mostly a 3-down role. It did work a little further in his favor last week. It was kind of like a 2-1 advantage over Khalil Herbert in week 1, but it looks like Montgomery's getting more of the workload we saw last year. Again, you can poke essentially the same holes in this game environment. I don't think Montgomery is explosive by any means. You know, the Bears are favored in this game, but I would be surprised if they just lost straight up, if they're the ones playing from negative game script. I have no confidence in their offense. So these are just cash plays, guys I'm not even going to consider in tournaments.
Hope that answered your question, Eric. Thanks for your super chat. So Fournette, viable in cash, of course. You summed it up perfectly. But the ceiling potential, while there, isn't something I feel is imperative to get to. Again, if you're playing a handful of lineups, is this total really down to 39 in Chicago today without any weather?
Yeah, I just X'd them out, man.
All right. So fundamentally, a home favorite running back you want to play for cash games. Again, I'm fine with it, but this team has no upside. Vegas is implying no points here. I mean, the touchdown potential, the slate breaking potential just isn't there. It's not going to be a way I'm going to build my lineups in tournaments. Certainly not single entry or 3 entry today, anything like that. The rest of the running back position, there are a ton of dart throws. I mean, just all over the salary pool. I mean, we didn't even talk about Jonathan Taylor, who is far from a dart throw. But once we get down the list here, like Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon are in tough spots. We have Antonio Gibson, who I mentioned earlier, who's not in the easiest spot at all. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I have some interest in, except I can't really trust the stats if DeForest Buckner's playing. You want to play these Jets running backs? Who are you gravitating towards in the mid and lower tiers of the running back position? Because it's kind of a wasteland.
It is. I mean, you could look to like James Conner. With him, it's the injury. So this is kind of like a DeAndre Swift situation, but with a less explosive player to begin with. So there's some interest because he could play a massive role. He has good pass game upside. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is at least an attachment to a really good offense. So that's something that you can kind of hang your hat on. With Antonio Gibson, I'm really worried about negative game script and him just seeing a lot of the bench with J.D. McKissic playing more. And then down here in this range for pivots, can we go below 6K in our discussion here yet? Or
yeah, hit it.
I think below 6K is where you can actually gain some leverage. Miles Sanders is a guy I like a lot. No, he's not going to see the full workload. It's a committee. Boston Scott, Kenneth Gainwell are involved. But I think you can still feel pretty good about the workload. Philadelphia is running a lot. And Miles Sanders does have a pass game role. He's in an awesome matchup against Washington. So all that kind of works out. Plus pricing with Miles Sanders at 5.5K. You can play some of the elite stacks with him. And then I'll go back to J.K. Dobbins. He's another player coming off an injury who could see a decent workload today against New England. I'm not sure what the role is going to be, but that's kind of why you want to play him to begin with. Nobody knows what he's going to end up doing out there. So he's a guy I do have in some of my lineups too. Those are my two favorites down here. There's always like your ETNs and stuff. It's all the timeshare backs. Mm-hmm. You just hope they play well enough from a salary adjusted standpoint where, like Taylor, McCaffrey don't kill you.
That's always scary. Taylor, McCaffrey, Henry, Taylor. Again, it's the same situation with the quarterback, right? Every time you play two of these discount running backs, you're also fading the ceiling potential. Kamara too. This slate has a huge amount of running back name brand. Wouldn't it be funny if the way you flip the build when David Montgomery is going to be so popular is by riding the hopeful wave that this is the week Dameon Pierce breaks out. I know he's a Houston Texan. I know that game we just talked about, a ridiculously low 39-point total, but decent optimal lineup percentage in the boom bust tool. Coaches talking him up once again. Even Rex Burkhead kind of talking up Dameon Pierce once again, but yet to show it on the field. What do you think of Pierce at 5,800? You didn't mention him off the top. He, and also, again, the Miami backfield, Raheem Mostert is actually popping for me. Either of those tickle your fancy this weekend?
Dameon Pierce I like a little more on FanDuel. He just hasn't shown much pass catching work. I think Burkhead still might be in that role, and they're still underdogs. I think there's a decent chance they win this game because I have no faith in Chicago. But Dameon Pierce had a really good role on the ground. If they are winning this game, he could definitely get there through just pure volume, touchdown opportunity. So I do like him in this range. He's kind of in that J.K. Dobbins tier for me. Miami scares me. I have no idea if they're just going to run the hot hand every single week or not. Like, would you be terribly surprised if Chase Edmonds just comes out there and gets the opportunity to share Raheem Mostert did last week?
Not one bit. Not one.
I think you can maybe use him in big tournaments, but those Miami backs are probably both tournament guys.
I still think there's like some fantasy goodness in that backfield, but picking who it's going to be, again, with just a 2-game sample, that's really tough. Then we go to like the complete dart throws, in my opinion. After that, Jerick McKinnon could have a receiving touchdown. We're talking like very large field tournaments. We mentioned J.K. Dobbins. He's right at 6K. I will go there. Tyler Algier at 4,800. I guess Kenneth Walker actually has a matchup that we could look at. We didn't mention Rashad Penny either. The Atlanta defense from a rushing perspective is horrid. I do think we could go there, but in terms of optimal lineup percentage, we're talking about a 1 to 2% chance of them hitting their true ceiling potential.
Yeah, those aren't guys I'm really too interested in.
We can keep it simple like that. One final thing is, what about these pass catching running backs on teams that may be forced into those game scripts? I'm specifically talking about Nyheim Hines at 5,100 and J.D. McKissic at 5,300. Could you differentiate yourself that way, or is that just too contrarian for you?
It's too contrarian for me. The role for Nyheim Hines has been bad. Like, he played 15 snaps last week in a game they're getting pounded. They had no receivers. Like, if there was ever a time for Nyheim Hines to see the field, it's when Pittman is out. It's when Alec Pierce is out. You got 15 snaps. Like, I've got a lot of questions with the Indianapolis coaching staff right now, and their inability to get their best players on the field is the first among them. With McKissic, he's just very limited to that pass catching role. Like, even if they're down, they get near the goal line, they're going to bring in Gibson to handle like the scoring opportunities. There's just no ceiling. He'd have to catch like 15 passes.
All right. I think that sums it up. I'm actually going to change a little bit up there. I guess one player we didn't mention at all is Austin Eckler. Playing the Jaguars, Justin Herbert is a huge question mark. So if Chase Daniel plays, I have to assume they lean heavily on Eckler in the run game. And if Herbert does play, I almost think that the dump off pass, the quick release pass is something they're going to be relying heavily on. I think it would be a mistake to not talk about Austin Eckler. What do you think his upside is today? Is he in that elite tier? Did we just miss out on him? Or is he kind of a clear value option if you're looking at things from a slightly contrarian way?
Yeah, I forgot to talk about him. I think he's solid regardless of who starts at quarterback. If Daniel plays, you might actually see more dump offs to him. We're talking about a longtime NFL veteran, but definitely a career backup. So that's at least interesting to me. And then we know his upside with Herbert. And you mentioned maybe they try to get the ball out of Herbert's hands faster, assuming he plays because of the injury. Those are all possible. And he wins in the way we want to target our backs on DraftKings, through the air, more or less. So I do like Eckler. I think he's a solid pivot if you're going to the expensive backs. I'm not doing it a ton in that range, but he's viable too. Just a couple other names for pivots up there. I think shy of like the 8K plus guys, that's where I would cut it off. That's Eckler. Mixon, I think, is somewhat viable. He's been playing an elevated role. He's actually getting some pass game work. He's playing the Jets. I mean, they should be playing from ahead. Kamara, you're somewhat worried about the injury and maybe the role now. I'll take a shot on him, assuming he goes back to the old role. But these guys aren't 8K. You're saving a little bit of money and your lineups just look a little bit better with them. So I am playing a few of the 7K plus backs, really trying to cut things off once you get to 8K.
Joe Mixon in expected fantasy points so far this season. Again, opportunity value rolled up into a scale we can all understand. Number 1 in the NFL in that opportunity metric. An overtime game in week 1 helps that a little bit, but still an impressive workload and a great matchup. I think that pretty much sums it up for the running back position. A tough position, in my opinion, on this slate. What's not tough is playing over at No House Advantage. First of all, they have an awesome new platform over there. It looks fantastic. And overlay, one of the most important things to track, is easily available to track on No House Advantage, and it's available for you to take advantage of. This 30K Sunday kickoff has 59% of it full right now. You're getting huge overlay on that $20 entry tournament. The 2K play action pass with 1K to first with $5 entry is just 60% full right now. My guess at 12:30 on the dot right now Eastern time is those things are not going to be filling. We're team third book, team third platform. If you have played the two big platforms for a long time and you're like, how do I differentiate myself? How do I get, onto a new little income wave here where I can start building up a bankroll? We highly recommend No House Advantage. Check out the link in the chat and the video description below. Awesome stuff happening over there. And some of our Stokastic team members, I think, almost took down one of the big tournaments, were in first for a while. I digress. Check it out. Awesome stuff at No House Advantage. We got 4.3K people watching in here. Make sure to hit the like button. We got only 1.3 likes. Let's hit the ratio a little bit different. Josh and the GOAT, Alex Baker, were in here earlier. We get it. We appreciate them. But let's get that like button up. Help that YouTube algorithm know what we're all about. Wide receiver position. People want to get to the top at the wide receiver position today, and I get it, right? Stephon Diggs in a matchup where it looks like he could take advantage of a Miami secondary that has not looked great. Cooper Kupp is a fade him at your own risk player at this point. And Justin Jefferson playing a Detroit defense that we have already called bad about 18 times in this show. Is there anybody, we didn't even mention Devontae Adams. Is there anybody you're gravitating towards more than the others, or are you just trying to get there as much as possible?
I think Diggs is the first guy to talk about. If you're playing cash and stuff like that, he's probably one of the first guys in your lineup. Diggs has a role that's maybe 95% of Cooper Kupp right now. And, he had this role, or at least pretty close to it last year. He just wasn't scoring as many touchdowns. Well, this Buffalo offense might lead the league in scoring this year. The matchup doesn't scare you with Miami secondary. A couple of those guys are battling injuries too. I believe Xavier Howard is going to play through an injury. That is certainly something I want to monitor against Diggs. I think it enhances the matchup here. That secondary, Byron Jones and Xavier Howard, looks tough on paper, but when you have injured guys, I wouldn't be as worried about it here. We know the upside's there, and he's just saving you so much money off Kupp. It's like, if Kupp and Diggs were the same price, yeah, I would play Kupp, but you're saving over $2,000 by going to Diggs versus Kupp. Now, if you can fit them both, great. You're definitely punting. You're not playing an expensive running back. There's no way. But if you force me to pick one guy among this expensive range, one guy only, it's Diggs is where I'm going to start.
That's who's popping the most for me. And it's terrifying me because it means that I'm not getting as much Cooper Kupp or Justin Jefferson unless I'm trying to, really try to cover my bases, which means really paying down at running back. And I realize I want to pull back to one super chat before we go full into the wide receiver position, because Doogie Duger had a super chat where he wanted to do a 2v2 that included the running back position. He wanted to do Chiefs D and Akers or Arizona D and Miles Sanders. And Jordan, if you could help me out with the player compare tool, I think it would be a great time to pull that up real fast and use it. Guys, we got an awesome player comparison tool. So we can literally pull that up right here. And we can check out who they got. Or Jordan, if you just want to throw it into chat, everyone can check that out because I know we're a little short on time. And then my filler arc needs a flex play to replace Tyler Higbee. Got 4,700 left. Why do you need to replace Tyler Higbee? We'll get there at the tight end position, actually. My filler arc. We'll definitely hit that. Okay, back to the wide receiver position. I know we're short on time. Sorry to bounce around, everyone. Devontae Adams playing Tennessee defense that is just bad right now. Everyone in the building knew they wanted to throw to Stephon Diggs. The Bills did on Monday night. And all they were able to do was throw to Stephon Diggs wide open in the end zone. Now, I know we just got over talking about how talented Diggs is just in a vacuum and in this matchup as well. But Adams, man, after a really low target share week, saved a bit by a touchdown, I have a ton of him this weekend.
I like him a lot too. I think this game is going potentially a little overlooked. Again, the 2 target game is not great for Adams, but he's right up there in terms of all the efficiency metrics you'd look for. Opportunities going to increase, especially without Renfro. Titans have nothing on defense that scares you. So I think you can go right back to him, especially in tournaments where people should be playing more Diggs. People will probably either go up the Kupp or go down to Diggs and kind of avoid this range. Like when I was looking at optimals this morning, you weren't seeing a lot of Jefferson, Adams, Chase. You were seeing either all the way up to Kupp or all the way down to Diggs, Tyreek Hill, players in that range. So I think this could be a good leverage spot. And I also sort of like Derek Carr. He's kind of one of those last fringe quarterbacks I would use in tournaments. So Adams is fine in this range too. I'm in agreement with you.
At the top of the wide receiver tier, I mean, I don't see any issue with any player, but I don't think it's point chasing whatsoever to go back to Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. We talked about the safety situation in Buffalo. It's really bad to be playing that much speed and not have your safeties. This could be a problem once again. Just a couple of coverage breakdowns with those 2 players, and they're breaking the slate wide open once again.
They're starting like multiple 6th and 7th round picks over the years. They're also missing some people on their defensive line. At Oliver and Phillips, these guys are banged up, injured. Like half their defense is gone. It's not just the secondary. I don't think they're going to be able to create much pressure either. It's a huge issue against Miami. And better yet, 60% of the targets, 6-0, are going to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. These guys are going to cannibalize each other to some degree. Like a target thrown to Waddle can't be thrown to Hill, but so many of the raw targets are going to them both. Like I don't even care. I'll stack them both in the same lineup. They both can easily get there because the opportunity is so condensed. If you're playing just one, I don't really have a strong stance between them. Upside is pretty equal. I think if you made me pick one, it'd be Hill, but both these guys are awesome. All that to say.
So with the opportunity coalescing around those 2 players, would you play those 2 in a lineup alone without Tua or even without Josh Allen or a run back?
Probably not, because the game environment's so good.
Okay, so if you're betting on those 2, you're probably getting a shootout. Yeah, I buy that with Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis active on the other side. We got to talk about this 7 to 8K tier because obviously it's not going to look quite as good as these incredible wide receivers. We didn't even talk about Jamar Chase. Again, we have so many good spots on the slate. We keep forgetting about the Cincinnati Bengals playing the Jets and Joe Flacco on the other side throwing it 800 times a game. But you got A.J. Brown at 8K, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 7,800. Jalen Waddle, we did talk about. Michael Pittman is back this week. T. Higgins is playing the Jets. Did I mention? And then we got Michael Thomas and Gabe Davis active. If these players, or one or two of these players, ended up with 35-point scores, no one should be surprised. And yet ownership is not going there because people want to get to those top tier options. The highest in terms of ownership I see right now, Amon-Ra St. Brown, because of his big week right now, and he's 7,800. If you go right below that, boy, is there ceiling potential.
Yeah, Amon-Ra is a guy I'm not playing quite as much of. I still do have some because I have stacks of that game. He's got to be careful when you're building around him. But at the same time, like if he's going to come in with a ton of ownership, you can pay $400 more, get to Tyreek Hill, 100 more, get to AJ Brown. You go down in pricing, you save quite a bit by playing a guy like T. Higgins, who's a very strong price adjusted play. The narrative with T. Higgins has always been the same. He's always cheaper than Jamar Chase. The opportunity is not vastly different. Yes, it does skew Chase's way a little bit, but Higgins still highly involved in this offense. They're playing the Jets. If you wouldn't be surprised if Chase, Higgins, Mixon, any of these guys popped off. So I think Higgins is a particularly strong value once you get below 7K. But otherwise, like in the range you were just talking about, like Amon-Ra, Pittman, I think you can stack those guys. They make a lot of sense. You're just hoping that their particular game is the one that shoots out.
What about Michael Thomas? His opportunity has been okay, but he's catching passes in the end zone, which really, really helps for fantasy football last time I checked. I do see a fairly low boom percentage of under 2%, which compared to other players in his salary tier is basically a quarter of the percentage chance he way outperforms his salary-based expectations. Do you think that's just a game environment? It's not like the Carolina defense is great all of a sudden, but actually their DVOA metrics look better than they have. Is it just a game where you just don't expect enough points to go to Michael Thomas with so many good options?
Yeah, I think that's partially it. I want to talk about the guys in his range first. So when you talk about Michael Thomas, you're spending a roster spot that unless you're playing two of these guys in this range, but let's just assume for 1v1 purposes. So if you play Michael Thomas, that means you're not playing Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, T. Higgins. Even if you go down a little bit, Adam Thielen, he's right there. Brandon Cooks, Drake London. All these guys project better than him in a vacuum. And then on his own offense, yes, he's Michael Thomas, but this isn't the same receiver core from 2018. They now have Chris Olave. They have Jarvis Landry. And Michael Thomas is playing this neutered underneath role. Every single shot downfield is going to Olave. The guy had over 300 air yards last week. If a big game comes from a New Orleans receiver, unless Michael Thomas scores like 3 touchdowns, it's coming from Olave, not Michael Thomas.
So then you get to a tier below where you still have big names, but you have obvious warts on the profile, like Terry McLaurin, who's basically been outproduced and out opportunityed by Curtis Samuel in the Washington offense so far. Marquise Brown, who's been okay as the de facto number one in Arizona, but a tough matchup against the Los Angeles Rams, likely seeing a lot of Jalen Ramsey. DK Metcalf, good defensive matchup. That's a bad defense, but a bad game environment. And then you got DJ Moore in that same environment with Michael Thomas in a division matchup. Is there anybody in the 6K to 7K tier that's really popping for you? Certainly not seeing Darnell Mooney in a lot of lineups. You mentioned Drake London there. He's definitely one of my favorites. I also have some Juju. Anybody else?
Yeah, the guys I'm looking at are the attachments to the stacks I'm playing. So in the mid 6K range, I'm getting Gabe Davis attachment to Josh Allen in Buffalo. One-off I've gotten a little bit of is Christian Kirk. Would be a lot more excited if I knew Herbert was going to play, but that seems truly up in the air. T. Higgins is the attachment to Burrow. We talked about him. I don't have any Seattle, so there's no Metcalf or Lockett there. Those are just opportunity-based guys, but you're running into so many problems with them, not just efficiency, but they don't run any plays. I don't have any Kyler Murray, so no Marquise Brown, no Green Bay, Tampa Bay, so I don't get any Lazard, no Jameis, so I have no Michael Thomas. I do have a little bit of Brandon Cooks. He's a cash game play, but if you're playing Montgomery, you're probably going to end up with some Cooks on the other side. He's the only viable receiver in that offense. The last guy I'll mention here is Allen Robinson. His opportunity drastically shifted from week 1 to week 2. Should have had 2 touchdowns there. That's going to be an offense that can put up points. I don't love this stack, but if you ended up with a one-off with Robinson, wouldn't be too upset. And how low are we going in terms of price discussion for this segment here? Can I go below 5.5K?
This arbitrary line is a 6K. So I was talking about Dotson, Lazard, but
so I went a little lower. Sorry.
Yeah, no, how dare you? How dare you? And by the way, in chat, yes, I realize out opportunityed is not a word. You understood what I meant. I was just trying to keep things moving instead of backtracking on my words.
People create new words every day. Why can't we create a new one?
I feel like everyone understood. Tough times in the chat. No, I appreciate you all hanging out. We got to talk these mid-tier, lower tier wide receivers, right? Because we got A-Rob at 6K. We got Devonta Smith. Again, great matchup against Washington. Bad matchup for Allen Lazard, but nobody else exists in the Green Bay Packers receiving core. And then I'm trying to find that week that Treylon Burks hits, because I really think they want him to be a huge part of the offense in Tennessee. And I am not scared of the Las Vegas defense whatsoever. Under 6K, who are you gravitating towards? Anybody, or are you just, again, moving towards the positive correlations from within your lineups already?
Yeah, mostly that. So I mentioned a few names. The guys I have that aren't super correlated with my quarterbacks are Cooks. He's a 30% target share, hasn't had a blow-up game yet. He will. Chicago definitely doesn't scare you. That game environment's just really bad. Have a little bit of London. Not trying to stack up the passing attacks there, but his opportunity's been really good. And then for the stacks, still getting Juju in my Kansas City stacks. I know Juju, he's let a lot of people down at numerous times this year and last year and over the years, but I still think Juju attached to Mahomes is somebody worth playing here. Garrett Wilson, getting Elijah Moore in that really good game environment as my run backs to the Burrow stacks. And Devontae, he pops a little bit here. These are most of the players I'm targeting in this range. It's pretty condensed in terms of my lineups. It's a lot of, New York Jets as run backs to Cincinnati stacks. It's a lot of the Kansas City guys. I know MVS is a little cheaper, but I'm getting some of him too. Otherwise, it's kind of bleak. Little Curtis Samuel too. Sorry, I missed him. He's still a fine play. I am getting some of him now that I look at it as run backs to the Hurt stacks.
I do have him as well. And thank goodness, wherever you are in Northern California, Eric, there was a Marcus Valdes-Scantling mention on the show. Please do not worry. But I do have to say that Mecole Hardman is the one who's gotten more opportunity value in the wide receiver core compared to MVS right now. 2-game sample size, I realize it's small, but if you're just looking at air yard share and target share, Mecole Hardman actually outpaces MVS slightly. Spike potential every single week, as Eric has so diligently pointed out every single time he's gotten an opportunity to do so, because on a yards per reception basis, Marcus Valdes-Scantling can break a slate open with just 2 catches, Deshaun Jackson style. Mecole Hardman can kind of do that too. Right now, he's averaging 24% of team air yards. That's just 5% behind Travis Kelce. Obviously, Kelsey's getting a ton of target share and the highest snap share, of course. But just wanted to mention that. I think Hardman is a fine value play. Let's go dumpster diving. Let's figure out if there's anything at the bottom tier of the wide receiver. I have Garrett Wilson. Are you willing to go to any other Jets down below that so you can get up in salary to other players like Corey Davis, Elijah Moore?
I'll play Elijah Moore.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, you're only saving 400, but hey, that 400 can do a lot for you on this slate. We talked about all the quarterbacks tightly grouped at the top. So yeah, Elijah Moore, I think, is completely fine. Are you interested in any ancillary Detroit receivers? Could I interest you in some Chark?
The game environment says it can work. And we should mention Harrison Smith, the safety for Minnesota, also inactive. So they've got some explosive play potential. I have a little bit of Chark. I think the way it kind of the way it kind of went today is I got more Hawkinson and Swift in a bunch of my lineups, but there's no reason I would say you can't play Chark. I'm not really going past that in that offense, I will say.
You're not playing any Reynolds?
I'm not doing 150, but I would. At 5,300, he's not a bad spot.
Yeah,
well,
I think he's fine. I think he's
FanDuel,
fine too.
What is he on DraftKings?
41, I believe.
That's okay.
He's 45. Sorry, 45.
It's okay. I don't have a ton of him.
I don't have a ton either, but I got just a little bit. I'm not playing 150 either, but I got a little bit of Reynolds and excuse me on this Chark, sorry, as just the leverage plays in that offense. If it does shoot out, like, and it's not Hawkinson and it's not Amon-Ra, who could it be? These guys are on the field a lot. That's really the only positive to say about them, but they are on the field a lot. Outside of that, I mean, it is really gross in this range. In the 4 case, I think it's just Dortch. Like, he is probably the chalkiest guy here, right?
What about Perryman? I'm going to play some Rashad Perryman.
He's 3.9.
3.9, right? Yeah, okay. Dortch. I'm probably not going to Jamison Crowder. And then you're up in the 4,500, and I'd rather play Olave. You know, I'd rather chase 300 air yards or something like that. So
same.
Yeah.
And then below 4K is there. What I'll say is a lot of guys are playing receivers in this range. I don't have confidence in any of them.
You should not have confidence in any low salary wide receiver. The variance for the wide receiver position is so high week to week. Even if we can figure out good situations, we can't figure it out collectively when it's going to actually hit. Sometimes it hits as a chalk, but usually in tournaments, I am running far, far away of chalk, low salary wide receivers. One area I think that is interesting, and I don't think there's going to be too much ownership, is this Las Vegas receiver corps behind Devontae Adams and, of course, Darren Waller at the tight end position. Now, we got to get to the tight end position, but any interest in Mac Hollins or Keelan Cole? I've seen some talk in the chat about both players. And yeah, Ben Skoranek is another player that came up last hour in that Arizona-Los Angeles game, which I feel like, again, that Los Angeles offense could do some damage. Skoranek, the clear third option. You getting there at all?
No, not any of them.
Okay.
I purposely avoided this area because I do think they're going to gain ownership. Some at least, you know, like no one's going to come in at 30% here, but I think these guys are probably all over owned for the roles they have in their offense. Like, let's just go one by one. Mac Hollins is at best the wide receiver 3. At best, he's behind Waller. He's behind Adams. Romeo Doubs, he's behind Aaron Jones. He's behind Alan Lazard. And then I think you can make the case he's behind Cobb. He's at best 3, maybe he's 4. And New England, you have Kendrick Bourne. You have Nelson Aguilar. Those guys are behind Devontae Parker. They're maybe behind the tight ends. Like, I don't have any confidence in their role. You said another player. Forgive me, but I forget who it was.
Keelan Cole.
Oh, yes. Yeah, if I don't like Mac Hollins, I don't like Keelan Cole.
Okay.
But, I think that's all of them. But basically, everyone down here is a wide receiver 3 or 4 at best. And then the game environments aren't good for a lot of these. Like, I don't want to play Dobbs in this slow Tampa Bay game. Like, Tampa Bay's got a great defense. I don't even know that they utilize him. And like Baltimore, they're a little banged up in their secondary, but I think if New England had their preferred game plan, they would try to run the ball, and maybe they'll be able to do so. It is really gross down here. One of them certainly could. Oh, Skoranek was the other guy you mentioned.
Yes.
He's behind Robinson, Kupp, and Higbee. Like, he's the wide receiver 4 at best on his team. These are really thin options. Okay, so this was coming up in cash a lot. 2 tight end builds instead of playing one of these scrubs. What do you think about playing Irv Smith and like a Hawkinson instead of one of these dust balls?
I don't like in cash. I don't like it.
I would rather play like Hawkinson and Irv Smith have better roles than everyone we just mentioned. And I don't think it's close.
Yeah. We should get to the position, by the way. We need to get to the tight end. We got 100 yards and a touchdown. We got 10 minutes remaining. We got 3-8 hanging out in chat. Hit the like button. We are 10 minutes from lock. Okay, so let's get to the tight end position. Irv Smith, he's definitely on my radar, but one of the easiest ways to flip the build is getting to Travis Kelce, getting to Mark Andrews, getting to Kyle Pitts, getting to Darren Waller. Are you trying to get there, or is it just too tough from a salary-based perspective? You're making too many concessions elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm playing some, but you got to be careful with it. You're definitely not playing the elite running backs or a lot of the elite receivers if you do that. But we all know that if you get 30 points on this slate from Kelce, you're just flat out not making that up somewhere else. So it's hard to fade like the elite tight ends on any slate just because their slate breaking potential's there. Irv Smith's more than likely not getting you 30 points to catch Kelce if Kelce puts up that score. But maybe one of these dust balls catches a touchdown and they get you there in the Kelce lineup. So all that to say, I don't think you can fade the elite guys, but I do believe your lineups look better with some of the punts today.
Irv Smith, again, so we're going to play the positive correlation game if we're punting with the tight end position, right? And Irv Smith in that game environment makes a whole lot of sense. Kyle Pitts, one of these days, Kyle Pitts is going to have this 2-touchdown game. Why not against a mediocre Seattle defense? Actually, a Seattle defense that's played better than I expected, but still I would say is about league average against the pass this year. And then there's Darren Waller in a very susceptible Tennessee defense. I did actually boost up Darren Waller a little bit when I was optimizing lineups today. I did want to get to a little bit more. Might be a play that I want to be over the field on that you don't necessarily have to. And then let's go straight to the mid-tier because, again, we don't have much time here. You mentioned two of them that you like, Smith, Hawkinson. Anybody else that you want to highlight at the tight end position?
Yeah, they're playing each other. That game environment's awesome. So, and I think Hawkinson's the wide receiver too, technically on that team, pass catcher too. If Swift's active, maybe you can make that argument. He's not. But Irv Smith grew into an excellent role last week. He's going to be their tight end one when he's fully healthy. He's just kind of ascending after that offseason finger injury. But Smith is also not a guy who plays every single snap. Don't use that against him. He's out there for the meaningful snaps, the routes run. That's what we need from Smith. And I think he could eventually become the team's de facto YR3 for the year. And then Dawson Knox attached to Josh Allen. There's no clear wide receiver 3 right now. I think Knox is going to end up playing the most and seeing the third most targets on this team throughout the year behind Gabe Davis and Diggs. They've rotated Crowder and Isaiah McKenzie, and I did not like the insertion of some of those ancillary guys last week. I think it could be a rotation at the wide receiver 3 throughout the year. Give me Knox, who lines up in the slot, attached to that elite offense. He's very underpriced, in my opinion.
Give me Robert Tonyan. Christian Watson's not going to play. Randall Cobb's banged up. No one else exists. Sammy Watkins is on IR. They're going to have to do something to score points outside of Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. Robert Tonyan is a player I'm interested in. I just saw something come across the wire that Julio Jones officially dealing with a partially torn PCL in his knee.
That's not good.
That's tough, man. So I don't think you can play Cameron Brate, but I do think if there's any ancillary receiver from that Tampa Bay Green Bay game that I will plug my nose and play, it's actually Robert Tonyan. Logan Thomas, I have some of, and I don't feel great about it. But again, it's because of the game environment, deciding that, Hurts and AJ Brown go off and I want a low salary run back. And just checking out the bottom here, absolutely no interest in Cole Kmet. Don't have any Noah Fant. I have a little bit of Evan Ingram and Tyler Conklin. Again, because Joe Flacco is throwing so much and they're playing the Bengals, I will use that again as a positive correlation play. Anybody else you want to mention here? Like anybody below 4,500?
Evan Ingram. Yeah, Evan Ingram, Tyler Higbee, two guys with excellent roles here. I think they're playable. Ertz is flirting with that price range. I'm just going to include him. He's 4,600, but as non-explosive as he is, he's maybe the wide receiver 1 in that offense. I'm not even confident Marquise Brown is at this point. Target-wise, it might be Ertz. And then Hayden Hurst. He's playing for Cincinnati. I do have a little bit of him attached to my Joe Burrow stacks, but for the most part, it's Hawkinson, Irv Smith, and Knox.
Chasing that high total Detroit-Minnesota game makes all the sense in the world to me. We got 5 minutes to lock. We got to talk defense. Before we do, want to talk 100 yards and a touchdown. It's a great game. Going to put you on the spot right away. I realize you got to pull it up. I'm stalling for about 15 seconds. 100 yards and a touchdown from a flex player. Can't be super high chalk, but you know how to do this.
Michael Pittman. And I need some redemption. I said Chase Edmonds last week.
That's
tough.
Is interesting.
Saying Chase really Edmonds and having him play like 4 snaps.
Drake London for me. Dude's legit.
Ooh, love Drake London.
Seattle defense, not that good. Atlanta offense has averaged 26.5 points per game. Drake London, my choice there in the mid-tier, the wide receiver position. To the defense, is there anybody that you actually really care about on defense, or is it the typical play who you want, play what makes sense, use positive correlations like with your running backs that you're starting? Anybody that really pops for you?
So the Jags, I think, are going to be the most owned, and they're in this tricky situation where we got to figure out if Herbert's playing or not. I would have a lot less interest in them if Herbert's playing, but just know a lot of people are going to be using that defense. There are swaps to have. The Jets are facing Cincinnati, who's given up a ton of sacks. The Raiders have an enormous mismatch. Max Crosby, Chandler Jones facing that inept Tennessee offensive line. I think those are all direct pivots. And if you're willing to go up a little bit, you get Atlanta facing the Seattle offense, who's just absolutely horrific. There's a lot of good defenses in this range where I think you don't necessarily need to focus in on Jacksonville.
Yeah, I can't believe the Carolina defense is going to be as popular as it is. I basically crossed them out for tournaments. You have some of them. I mean, the price is right. The salary's okay. But
I lied. I was getting them. I X'd them out too. Sorry.
Right.
I had the wrong build. It was my initial build.
It's just not something where I need to go with the field. I don't feel particularly good about it. Is there a possibility it pops? Absolutely, but not to the point where I need to play it as much as the field seems to get there. The Eagles defense is one that I'm trying to get to a little bit higher up in salary, 2,900 on DraftKings. Really think they could turn over Carson Wentz multiple times. The Jets defense I saw mentioned. I have some of the Jets defense, again, just because of the pass-heavy game environment. You never know when there's going to be mistakes. And I have the Rams as well once I can get up there. Just trying to be contrarian a little bit and moving up in the salary board, knowing people don't want to get there on a tight value week. Anybody else you want to mention at defense? We got 2 minutes remaining until lock.
I think you named everyone I'm playing. I don't see any other ones. You can always pay up to be contrarian. Oh, I've got a little bit of New England.
Oh, really?
I mean, I'm sure that just came because I spread my defenses like so thin across the board because I don't want to get like 30% of any of them. It's definitely not because I like them against Lamar or something. I think it's literally I just don't want to have like 20% Jags, 20% Jets. So New England comes up a little bit because that's the range I'm typically playing.
And when I go into Fantasy Cruncher too, I throw the random on the defense button like at 1,000 when I run my Sims too. So just because crazy, wild things can happen, as you all know. And thanks for hanging out as we get to 1 minute until lock. Matt, this is a really fun slate. Any final words for the people before we head out and enjoy week 3?
Remember late swap. We usually touch on it at some point during the show, but if you're down, make sure you're making your swaps. If you're up, you can maybe pivot to some chalkier stuff. But otherwise, thank you guys for being here on Sunday. Great games today. Enjoy them. Always appreciate you allowing me and Matt to do what we love. So thanks again for being here.
Yeah, truly much appreciated, all of you. Oh, it's Brandon Cook's birthday. We didn't even mention Brandon Cooks. 12 catches for 86 yards and 0 touchdowns incoming. No, I love Brandon Cooks. You can always play Brandon Cooks. He's fine. And also, yeah, we're talking about the last ditch effort of the Tampa Bay wide receivers, Perryman, Cole Beasley. Yes, I will get there. I won't feel good about it with a torn PCL for Julio. I don't think I'm expecting any production there at all. Yes, thank you guys for hanging out. All of you hanging out. Make sure to hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell on the way out of here. And make sure to follow this man, Matt_Gajewski, especially for college and NFL stuff. My name is Matt Savoca at Draftaholic. For all of us at the Stokastic DFS channel, we will see you guys later.